A Monday edition of the Sports Bash starts now, and Eagles' victory makes it feel a lot better. And that Eagles' victory has a lot to dive into today, right here with me, Mike Gill, hosting today's show. Josh Henning is producing today's show. You're out there. What's up, my friends? The Eagles. A Monday edition of the Sports Bash starts now. An Eagles victory Monday makes it feel a lot sweeter. I'm your host, Mike Gill, Josh Henning, producing today's show. You out there. What's the word, my friends? What's good? You know, when the Eagles win, we all feel a little better. We all have a little extra pep in our step. But what does that Eagles win mean in the big picture? We'll get into that a little bit later on in the show today. There's so much to dive into as the Eagles go to Denver and just basically, push the Broncos around. It is the formula that the Eagles have kind of come up with. They have kind of found an identity. They have become a team that wants to run the football. They are a team that basically wants to beat you up front. And that's what they did yesterday. We talked on Friday and all throughout last week how the Denver Broncos were going to be a much more difficult team to just run the football on. Hey, are you going to be able to just hand the ball off and get the job done against a team that is much better against the run? Well, the Eagles absolutely dominated up front, and they just pushed the Broncos around all day long to the tune of over 200 yards rushing for the second time in 3 weeks. They rushed for 214 yards, making it the third straight game in which they've gone over 175 yards rushing, and they are now over 200 yards in 2 of their last 3 games. It marks the first time the Eagles have recorded 175 yards rushing in 3 consecutive games since 2017. We know what happened that season. And it's just the 9th time ever the Eagles have recorded 175 yards rushing or more in 3 straight games. It also puts them over 100 yards rushing as a team for the 5th consecutive time. That goes back to week 6 against Tampa Bay. 4-6 they are, and the way they do it is they get some big plays. Jalen Hurts to Devonta Smith, a 36-yard touchdown, which, my gosh, Devonta Smith really yesterday, if we had questions about him, and look, I've been a guy who says, hey, I want to see more. I want to be more impressed. Well, you have a situation now where you left impressed with Devonta Smith. He had maybe his best, most complete game as a pro. He was excellent. His shifting of the body, his ability to go up and make the catch. He had a variety of different catches that impressed me. The one in the end zone obviously stands out, but he had some others that absolutely cemented him to me as a guy that I think can be a number 1 wide receiver. I don't know that he's there yet, but only 4 catches, 66 yards. But it's the fact that he had the 2 touchdowns. He makes the big catch in the end zone. He positions himself. Devonta Smith is growing up, as is this offense now. I give Nick Sirianni, a guy that we have lambasted on this show early in the season, who I thought had some terrible game plans. I give Nick Sirianni a lot of credit for, I don't know if he's sticking his tail between his legs. I don't know if he had the light come on somewhere or what. Did a lot of soul searching. But whatever Nick Sirianni has done, it is working. And I'll tell you, Nick Sirianni, this team averaged, right? This team averaged, I think it was like under 17 carries per game for 6 weeks. Cold running plays for the Eagles in the first 6 weeks of the season, 17.8 per game. The last 4 games, they have run the ball 35.8 times per game. Tremendous adjustment by Nick Sirianni. But when Jalen Hurts has been asked to make a play, and it hasn't been much, 17 times last week, 23 times this week, he's made them. He's gone over a 90 quarterback rating for 2 straight weeks. The 2 touchdowns. He should have had a third that Quez Watkins has to make that catch. He throws that one right on the money. I think you're seeing Jalen Hurts, the running game, The run game of the Philadelphia Eagles is helping Jalen Hurts grow into a better quarterback. The running game is helping him become a better passer. It is helping him have more time. You saw yesterday multiple times when Hurts stayed in the pocket, kept his eyes down the field, turned off of his progressions, and zipped some throws in there, including the throw that he nailed Quez Watkins in the hand. Right in the hands. I thought the game Hurts played yesterday, I thought was one of his best games he's ever played. Just the poise he showed. The poise in the pocket was some of the best, standing there and not waiting, not getting out, waiting for the play to develop. I thought Hurts did that yesterday more than almost any game that I can remember. He had the one bad series where he threw the interception. I thought after the half, I thought he got into where it was almost like Sirianni was like, we're running the ball, we have a lead, I want to get away from running the ball, and then he turned it over to Hurts, and then the interception happened, and then Sirianni said, oh, let me reel it back in. What Jordan Howard has given this team and Boston Scott, I don't know if you guys remember on the Friday before the game against the Detroit Lions, I went on this, 20-minute soliloquy about whatever reason that maybe Nick Sirianni just doesn't trust Miles Sanders, and that for whatever reason, he might just put more on the lap of Boston Scott and Jordan Howard. Do you remember that conversation? And ever since that day, ever since that time, this team has decided that they are going to run the football 40 times yesterday. And look, I'm not an advocate of running it 40 times every single week, but if you can run 40 times against the Denver Broncos and kick their butts, the schedule you have coming up is going to suggest to stick with that blueprint. I thought Dallas Goedert was going to be a big factor in the game until he got lambasted, probably cheap shot, knocked out of the game. But keep in mind, he's their best blocking tight end, and he's their best receiving tight end, and they went in there and whipped Denver without him. He had 2 catches for 28 yards. He had 14 yards a catch. He looked like he was going to be a big part of the offense. I love the way they were using him early. And then he takes that shot and gets knocked out of the game. Really good job by Nick Sirianni, I thought, on Sunday. Over to the defense, which in the first half of the game got undressed. I mean, really in the second quarter. I mean, they played well in the first quarter. In the second quarter, they could not stop the run. They had big problems, with Williams and Gordon. But you got to give them credit. Teddy Bridgewater's a guy who does what? If anything, Bridgewater is a completion monster. He just completes. He's a 70% check down guy. He was 22 of 36. And we keep asking for pressure. They didn't pressure all that much with the blitz. They went again with the 4, which, look, at times was very frustrating. Very passive John Gannon early in the game, frustrating as hell. But you saw a couple guys grow up in the game. One of them was Davion Taylor, I thought had a pretty good game. The other guy, TJ Edwards, I mean, he has helped out in the run game. In the second half, I thought he stepped up. But I gave game balls on Friday. I do my game ball segment on Friday. I gave my game balls to Devonta Smith and Darius Slay. And at the end of the day, I don't know that you give it to Smith. He had 2 touchdowns. It was his birthday. I probably would give my 2 game balls to both of those guys. Because Smith making that catch set the tone in the passing game. And Slay, I thought, did a great job defensively. Forget the fact that he scored the touchdown. He had the tackle for loss. He came up and tackled. You had big contributions from a much maligned secondary again. And Slay and Nelson, I think, again, show why John Gannon needs to put more in their laps. And the defense, look, give them credit. They kept the team in the game again against a team that's not very good offensively. But you're not facing a good offensive team pretty much the rest of the way.
But it's still a Denver team that wrecked the Cowboys the week before. Tim Patrick and Jerry Jeudy. I mean, they ran all over the Cowboys secondary last week. So you had a daunting task ahead of you, and they turned Patrick and Jeudy and those guys in the just pedestrian.
Well, Slay and Nelson did a great job on Patrick and Judy. They did a great job on those two guys. And the one guy, Albert O, the tight end, you're going to get beat by the tight end. He had 3 for 77. They hit him. They had Font, who had 5 for 59. They still have to figure out the tight end situation. But what they did was the bend don't break. They gave the guys yards in the middle of the field, but they didn't get them in. They couldn't get into the end zone. And that's the difference. Yeah. When the Eagles are going to give up yards, they're going to do that, but you can't give up ends. You can't give up touchdowns. And they had been giving up touchdowns in the games that they're losing. They're giving up touchdowns. They didn't do that yesterday.
Also, Avonte Maddox had a very good game because they were asking to play a lot of zone coverage in those spaces, and he filled the spaces very well.
Oh, I thought Maddox was outstanding yesterday, and he's been probably the best guy all season. Of the three, and it pains me to give a Pitt guy that much, credit. But, Smith, I thought, was set the tone on offense. Slay on the defensive side of the ball. Those were my 2 game balls on Friday. They both, I thought, deserved a game ball. I don't know if you want to give it to somebody else, but that's who I kind of look at because I thought Slay did a great job in the shutdown role. And I thought, obviously his touchdown almost seals the deal for you there. And give him credit for picking that thing up and then reading the room and saying, this ball's live. How many times, everybody's getting on Teddy Bridgewater for not making that tackle, which you should. But there's a part of me that suggests like he's thinking, this play's dead.
Well, guess what? The last quarterback we saw try to take down a guy off interception with Baker Mayfield. See what happened to him?
Yeah.
He wrecked his other shoulder.
Yeah, I know. We always say the quarterback, like, hey, kind of don't get yourself involved in the tackle if you don't have to. Now, that one, he's standing right there, and he just kind of gets out of the way. But, hey, look, Jordan Howard, 12 for 83. Boston Scott, 11 for 8. These are college numbers. Guys averaging 7 yards a carry. These are collegiate numbers. Howard,
Big 12 numbers,
right? I mean, Howard is just on another planet right now with what he has given this offense. I don't know what it is that they are, but here's what it comes down to. The offensive line of the Philadelphia Eagles, it goes back to what I've been saying since, my God, it feels like I've been saying this since the draft. The offensive line for the Philadelphia Eagles, I've been the one guy out there on my own little island telling you, hey, the Eagles can make the playoff. The Eagles can make the playoffs. The Eagles could be a playoff team. I didn't say they could be a Super Bowl team. I said they can make the playoffs. And my reasoning has been consistent. Their offensive line is the reason why this team can be a playoff team.
It's and really
Nick Sirianni has figured it out that, Christ, I could run behind this line. They dominated yesterday. Again, I go back to, first off, Mailata. My God. I don't know what stadium's across the street from Invesco at Mile High, but Mailata is absolutely just crushing in run blocking. I had a good game in the pass blocking yesterday, too. But him and Dickerson together on that left side, holy mackerel. Like Jordan Howard, when he they ran a lot to the right. They run a lot to the right, but when Howard went to the left yesterday, I would like to see the yards per carry behind Dickerson and Mailata. It has to be 10 yards a carry.
Also, the fact that Mailata has basically been doing this all year. He has been very, very underrated in his run blocking.
In the run game, he has been a 9 out of 10. He had the one game against the Raiders where he really struggled.
But so did Lane Johnson.
They both did. For whatever reason, both of those guys struggled big time in that game. But in the run game, he has been dominant. Him and Dickerson have been dominant in the run game. And look, I contend if they stick with this formula, as I said, all the way back to the draft, their offensive line is probably one of the best 5 in football. They can run their way to the playoffs right now. And like it or not, you know how many people have been tweeting at me, texting me, calling, telling me the Eagles aren't making the playoffs. You know how many Jim Mora Sr. gifts I get? Playoffs? You know how many gifts I get of Jim Mora Sr. saying playoffs? Well, like it or not, I can imagine everybody out there listening right now is like, damn it, that Mike Gill's been right the whole time. Because like it or not, the Eagles are in the thick of a playoff race. And If they keep up this formula, there's going to be a lot of people out there that are so miserable that they rather the team lose to get an extra couple spots in the draft than see this team grow. What I saw yesterday was a team that is growing. What I saw yesterday, look, defensively, they need a lot of work. They need a lot of work, upgrade on talent defensively. There's no ideas of grandeur that this team is going to a Super Bowl with this group. But what I have been saying is this roster is better than most people have been giving them credit for. That offensive line, they got young players on that line. They've rebuilt the line right before your very eyes. As much criticism as we've given to the draft and this, they went out and got Mailata. They went out and got Herbig. They got Driscoll. They got Dickerson. The offensive line is essentially rebuilt right in front of your face. You got the kid Smith, who looks like a playmaker. Goddard, young player. The offensive side of the ball, they have kind of retooled it, and now they've got to fix that defensive side of the ball. But as I've been saying the whole time, and you guys just don't like it because you are in this. Look, I'm there with you with draft picks sometimes when it's necessary. The Sixers situation, it was definitively necessary that they had to go down that road. The Eagles aren't in the same boat. They're going to have 3 picks, and it doesn't matter if it's 10, 17, and 22. They're going to get 3 players that are going to help this team out. It doesn't have to be 5, 7, and 8. Right? So enjoy what you're seeing. By the way, the Eagles' point spread for next week is out. They are a favorite against the Saints.
How do you feel about that?
How the tides have turned pretty quickly.
What's your initial reaction to that?
It's 1.5. I mean, they're giving them a home line there, but it's not the normal 3 for the home team. There's a lot to like about this team right now. 609-403-0973. So what I want to hear from you guys out there, all right, because I feel that anytime I've bringing up the playoffs the last couple of weeks, and we've talked a lot about it here because sadly they've been in the playoff mix. And again, I say it's not playoffs because they're a good team. It's playoffs because the NFC bottom half is really bad. But what I ask you guys out there, they are a game and a half behind the Saints. They're 1 game behind the Carolina Panthers, who they've already beaten. Do you think the Eagles can make the playoffs? Vote at 973-ESPN. Text 609-403-0973. Now, Josh, I have been talking about this for a couple of weeks, and people send me the Jim Mora Jr.
Couple weeks,
senior
more like
gift.
a month.
I've been getting the Jim Mora gifts nonstop. 55% now have said, yes, I think they can make the playoffs. 27% say no, and 17% say yes, but I don't want them to. Right?
I mean, the 17% just feel like a bunch of curmudgeons who nothing,
these people, they want the draft picks.
Yeah, and they do that because, let me ask you a question. I'll ask anyone who's part of that 17%. Tell me exactly who in the draft you want.
Right.
Most of them can't even name anybody. And that's the problem. They want something, but they don't know what they want.
Yeah. Well, listen, again, I'm not suggesting this is a really good football team. What I'm saying is they could be the best of a bad group. For the people out there like playoffs, they have this problem and they have that problem. Did you watch Atlanta yesterday? Do you think the Atlanta Falcons are significantly better than the Eagles are? Have you watched a lot of these teams from week to week? Yeah, yesterday, Carolina looked good.
But there was no Kyler Murray for the Cardinals.
Arizona was severely shorthanded. But you've already beaten Carolina. You've already got the tiebreaker on them. So, yeah, I understand. Like, their defense yesterday, that Denver team is probably the best offense that they will see the rest of the way other than Dallas. And Dallas will be in week 18, which they might have the NFC East locked up by 5 games by that point. Who knows if they're going to play anybody? But, yeah, you're telling me, well, their defense isn't any good. Well, no crap. But what team are they playing that you're like, well, their defense is going to have problems with Mike White, Trevor Siemian? The games that they have won this year, are against teams that are better than that's left on their. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that just because you walk up that you're going to automatically win those games, but to not acknowledge that right now they might be better than the Giants, the Jets, Washington is absolutely foolish. That's just being curmudgeon-y just to be curmudgeon-y.
Stubborn.
Exactly. Again, I'm not saying you're not hearing me say, man, this Eagles team's really good. I don't know what you guys are missing. What I'm saying is this team is growing, and their schedule is so bad the rest of the way that it would almost be disappointing at this point. I think they got to win. They're at 4 right now, right?
Yes.
I think 8 gets you in. I think 8 wins is going to be the number 7 seed. So I think if they get 4 wins,
which is doable on that schedule,
they will get in. At 8 and 9, I think that gets you in. Does that mean you're good? No. Does that mean you have a good defense? No. Does that mean that you don't need help? No. Does that mean that there's not a lot of stuff to fix? Absolutely not. If you guys listen to what I'm saying, this isn't the Eagles are really good. This is the NFC is really bad. And they are one of the teams that are growing. And the other teams, I think, are just still kind of stuck in this middle mediocrity. They don't know who they are. They don't know what they want to be. I mean, Atlanta won 4 straight. Now, all of a sudden, they can't figure out what they're doing. Carolina, they had lost 4 in a row. Now, all of a sudden, they come out and win on the road last week. Minnesota, I mean, they're kind of still in the mix on this thing. Who else is there? San Francisco plays tonight.
Right.
Who else is in that mix?
The Rams could bury them tonight.
Oh, the Saints. The Saints were a team that 2 weeks ago looked like, okay, I'm going to start putting the Saints with the teams that I feel really good about. Well, now they've lost 2 in a row, so now the 6th seed is in play.
But guess what? The Saints went blow for blow with your number 1 team from last week.
Yeah.
They took the Titans down to the wire.
Well, the Saints play good defense. You know, they're tough defensively.
And Mark Ingram.
Trevor Siemian, 19 of 34. That's who the Eagles will face. The Eagles quarterbacks the rest of the way, they will face Siemian, Mike White, or probably Zach Wilson.
Or Joe Flacco, depending on
one
what
of
happens.
the 3. Daniel Jones twice and Tyler Heineke twice.
Lovely.
That's who they have the rest of the way. What was the other game? Washington won yesterday. That kind of keeps them in the mix. The Vikings won yesterday, and that's a game I was a little surprised. Vikings beat the Chargers, so the Vikings at 4 and 5. Oh, another game that you kind of needed to go the way that it did was Seattle lost.
And that was an ugly loss, too.
Right, so now that keeps Seattle behind you. So, very interesting. So much to unpack on this. Text board coming in, 609-403-0973. Mike, I'm good either way. If they lose and get a good pick, so be it. I'll be much happier to see a playoff game. To me, it's a win-win. Yeah, I agree with that sentiment there. If you can kind of get yourself in, I think this is what it says. If you can make the playoffs, it's not you're making the playoffs to try to be a Super Bowl team. It is, hey, the organization is moving in the right direction, right? It's like the organization, which had this cloud over it that they made so many mistakes and it's so bad, that maybe, as I've been saying the whole time, the organization is not in as bad of a spot as people out there are trying to make it. And you know why it is? You guys hate Howie Roseman. It's like you have to be miserable and have to bring the team down because you don't want to say, you know what? Maybe he's actually done some good things with this team. Getting into the playoffs is a sign of growth from a team that was looked to be in disarray. And now all of a sudden you would almost have to admit, what did Greeny say today? What did he say? I have the exact direct quote. I tweeted it out earlier. Greeny, obviously a noted Jets fan. Quote, Joe Douglas has done a terrible job. That's what Greeny said. Joe Douglas has done a terrible job. I guess having a football guy isn't what it's all cracked up to be. Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. You know, that's the thing. People want to say, I don't want the Eagles to make the playoffs because then you have to say, oh, my God, did Roseman do a good job of getting them turned back around? Hey, as I've said all along, he's not the best. He's not the worst. It's the laziest thing in the world for people to say it's his fault. It's just laziness of not understanding where this team is, the league itself. Everybody out there says it's this guy's fault. It's not that guy's fault. It's the league. and the team is turning things around faster than people want to admit, and that pisses them off because then you have to give the guy you don't want to give credit. I know it's hard for people to say, damn it, they're getting in the right direction. Now they got to focus on that defense. They really got to focus on defense. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. All right, I see text messages coming in. I'll open up the phones. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973 on the text board. You can DM me through the phone on the free mobile app. And also, I'll open up the phone line 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. More Bash on the way. 2:32, Mike McGarry joins us in just about 9 minutes from now. I'm Mike Gill, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. That's how you jump on the phones. If you want to send us a text message, 609-403-0973. A lot of text messages coming in. J and EHT. Mike, you called it. Slay will have a huge game. Not too sure you didn't just pick him out of the hat, but either way, future predicted. Been having fun watching this team the last couple of weeks. Nope. I like Slay this week. Last week I had Smith, and this week I went with Smith again. This week I went with Slay on defense. I like the matchup. I was thinking that Gannon would put more on Slate's lap this week, and he did. And I thought Slay answered the call and had a good game. So thank you, Jay. Lou from EHT. What's up, Mike? As a fan, who wouldn't want the Eagles to play in meaningful games? Makes no sense to me. They're in the midst of a possible playoff race. Enjoy it. Coming from a Dolphins fan, trust me, it could be worse. Dolphins won 10 games last year. I don't know how it got here. Hey, I think it's very beneficial for this organization and this group to kind of take that step to kind of get out of the whole Wentz mess. The whole offseason, it looked like this team was going in the wrong direction, all the negativity around this team. I don't agree with the fact that if the Eagles make the playoffs, that they don't make a splash in free agency. They couldn't make a splash in free agency this offseason. They didn't have any cap space. Howie Roseman sitting there just dying, waiting, with burning a hole in his pocket. To say that you don't think the Eagles are going to be involved in free agency is preposterous to me. I mean, it's the one thing that you can almost bank on is that the Eagles are going to be highly involved in free agency, whether they make the playoffs or not. In fact, if they make the playoffs, I think they're more inclined to go for it and say, look, we got here faster than we thought. Let's go out there, because we couldn't do anything in free agency last year. Look what they did last year. They went out and signed Anthony Harris, 1-year deal. Kerrigan, 1-year deal. Wilson, 1-year deal. Nelson, 1-year deal. All of those 1-year deals were exactly the perfect blueprint of, we only want these guys here for a year because we're going to be involved in free agency again next season. So I don't agree at all that if they make it, that's going to – what are they going to hold on to? Who are they holding on to? These guys all have 1-year deals. No, I don't agree with that at all. This team has constantly been a player in free agency. They always want to be a player in free agency. They didn't have the cap space last year. It's the only reason they weren't involved. They will be a big player in free agency this coming season, whether they make the playoffs or not. But I think if they make the playoffs, it's actually a bigger reason that they'll be a player in free agency. They got to replace Nelson, Wilson, or Wilson's already out. Harris, they know. I mean, come on. Everybody knows. They know it. They know it. They had no cap space this year. 609-403-0973. I couldn't disagree with that more. I definitely think, and in fact, if you heard a lot of the reports out there that was saying that Roseman was like burning a hole in his pocket, that they couldn't do anything this offseason, how frustrated he was to not be able to make the calls to the bigger free agents because he knew they had deficiencies, but because the cap, look, they got into cap problems because of the Wentz thing. And then it was compounded even further by the fact that COVID came. And the COVID situation dropped the cap. And that just crushed the Eagles this offseason. They couldn't do anything because of that situation. I got more text messages coming in. I'm going to read them off throughout the show. 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. Text messages are open. Croce says, this is how it should have been from the rip. I'm glad Sirianni is growing and adjusting his roster. Finally, all I ever wanted from a first-year head coach, win or lose. Been saying since the offseason, we have a better team than anyone is giving us credit for. Croce, then you haven't been listening to me. Because I have been the one guy saying this team is better than people give him credit for. My man Mike McGarry, who's coming on next, he said they're going to win about 4 or 5 games. He was wrong as normal. We don't agree, and I'm usually right when we don't agree. I see him laughing in the background. No, he doesn't know that I can see him, but I see him laughing back there. Now, we'll have a good conversation on the other side. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Hey, again, I want to stress, this isn't the Eagles are a good football team and they're going to win the Super Bowl. This is the NFC is really bad, and someone has to be 6-7. And their schedule right now, combined with how they started to change the identity of the team, sadly for many people out there, it might just be them. We'll discuss coming up with Mike coming up next. Sports Bash brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan, the all-new Matt Blatt Nissan. Open, Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township, next to Home Depot. Online, mattblattnissan.com. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. His appearance is brought to you by Calvi Electric, now offering residential services for your home and business online at calvielectric.com. Obviously, the Eagles win on Sunday, and that makes your Monday a lot better. I hope everybody out there is enjoying your Monday, as we do here on the Sports Bash. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City jumps on board as we take a look back at what happened this weekend. There he is, Mike McGarry. What's going on, Michael? How are you?
I'm doing well, Mike, and you're right. I did pick the Eagles to win 5 games. It looks like I'm going to be wrong, but I don't think I'm going to be wrong by much. Although things are going better for the Eagles, I think we're in a little bit of a overreaction today to what was, I'll admit, an impressive performance in Denver yesterday.
You're absolute. Look, this week's, as we've seen in this league, Denver beats Dallas handily. Philadelphia beats Denver handily. Dallas beats Atlanta handily. You never know. And Washington beats Tampa Bay. You really never know. So there's no consistency here. But are we starting to feel that Nick Sirianni is giving in to the identity of this team?
Well, I don't know if giving in is a way to describe it. What you're seeing is progress from Sirianni and progress from Hurts and progress from Devonta Smith. Exactly what you wanted to see when the season started. You know, I don't know anything about coaching an NFL team, but I would imagine it's pretty difficult. And the first game you coach, you better be better the 10th game you coach than the first game, and you better be better the 20th game than you were in the 10th. And at least in Sirianni's case, it seems the play calling, the game planning is much better now than it was early in the season, which is what you want to see. And I still go back to it. You know, Jalen Hurts, 10 games this season, 4 last year. He's basically just finishing up his rookie season. He continues to make progress, continues to play well. And to me, you know, looks like a viable NFL quarterback now 14, 15 games into his starting career.
Yeah, and, you know, you look at yesterday, they play on the road against the Denver defense and just ran all over them. So, again, this isn't me, Mike, saying, man, this Eagles team is really good. They're going to the Super Bowl. But from 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 down in the NFC, you've got a lot of teams who have a lot of flaws who are really still trying to figure themselves out.
Yeah, absolutely. I think one of their 5 teams that you say in the NFC are kind of good teams, I guess we would call them. I don't know if we describe anybody as a great team this season in the NFL, but you got 5 good teams, and then you've got that 6 and 7 spot kind of wide open. The Eagles wins over Carolina and the Falcons are big in that direction, and I think that 7 spot could be an 8 and 9 team. The Eagles are 4 and 6 right now, so you know, to go 8 and 9, they'd have to go 4 and 3 over their next 7 games. So they're definitely, and believe me, I'm a win guy. I'm a play to win the game. I'm a make the playoffs guy. You know, I had a conniption when they tanked the Washington game last year and put our boy Sudsy in the game in the fourth quarter. I didn't like that at all. So I'm a playoff game. I don't align with these people who think it's not good to make the playoffs. Go make the playoffs. Go let Sirianni coach a playoff game. Go let Hurts play in a playoff game. Go let Devonta Smith play in a playoff game. Let them get that experience. It's nothing but a positive. I don't think they're going to get there, but people rooting against them making the playoffs makes absolutely no sense to me whatsoever.
Well, in this instance, too, because I feel like there was this cloud over this organization that they were going in the wrong direction and that this team was so bad and that it was, you know, so unattainable that they were going to get out of this. And then all of a sudden, well, you have 3 first-round picks. And then in a year that's supposed to be transitional, if you make the playoffs and have 3 first-round picks coming your way and you're kind of out of that cap hell, you should be excited about where the team is, not miserable about where the team is.
Yeah, I mean, and I guess the only other argument to that, and I don't feel this way, but people say, okay, we've got the 3 first-round draft picks, but we don't like the guy in Roseman who might be picking those picks. So it seems like some Eagles fans will always find a reason or a way to be unhappy. I think what's interesting about those 3 first-round picks, I believe, you know, the Giants might have 2 picks in that top 10, and I think the Jets got a couple of high picks there in that draft. You could have 3 teams basically dominating the first 10 or 12 picks of the NFL draft next year.
Yeah, I know that. Look, to me, you have those 3 picks. If you're drafting 7th, 12th, and 22nd, that's 3 players in the top 25 coming into your system. It doesn't matter if they're 5. People want them to be 5, like it's the NBA. Like you have to have a lottery pick here. This is the NFL. You have 3 picks. That is changing the complexion of your team in a big way.
You're right. It's not the NBA where if you don't have one of the, in some drafts, the first or second pick and the other 28 guys drafted in the first round are not difference makers. In the NFL draft, you should be able, with 3 picks in the first round, to get 3 difference makers for your team. And now that you look like Jalen Hurts looks like a guy you might be able to win with if you put the right people around him. Again, I go back to this theory that we have now about quarterbacks is everybody wants their quarterback to be Pat Mahomes and be the sole reason that you win the game and stuff like that. There's no doubt that franchise quarterbacks are tremendous, but there's only a handful of guys in the league. Right. Sometimes you got to go back to the 70s and 80s and even the 90s where you had quarterbacks who were solid, made plays, managed the games, and you built around them, gave them what they needed to make them the most effective. And Jalen Hurts, looks like a guy who early in the season I thought, hey, he might be a tweener. He might not be a starter, but he might be better than the average backup, maybe a 4A type of player. In the past couple of weeks, with the way Sirianni has called the game, with the way the team has run the football, with putting him under center more now where he's able to use a little play action stuff like that, he seems to me like a guy you can win with in the NFL. And if you don't have to waste those picks on trying to get the next franchise quarterback, it makes it even better for you next season.
Well, especially in a year where the draft doesn't have a quarterback that
the draft
stands
doesn't have
out.
it. The only thing you would do maybe is you might have some veteran quarterbacks available. Thinking here of Russell Wilson of Seattle might be available after the season. So some people might say package those picks and trade them and get in a franchise quarterback that way. But if Hurts continues to play like he does, I think you got to bring him back for another season and build around him.
Well, and I think, Mike, the run game has really helped him kind of grow the last couple of weeks. It's taken the pressure off. His, margin of error has shrunk a little bit. And I thought he did a great job of hanging in the pocket yesterday and waiting for things to happen. I mean, in other games, he's really gotten out, especially to the right. He threw some balls from the touchdown throw he throws to Smith. The throw he throws to Watkins is on the money. Watkins drops it. The throw he makes, the play he makes where Goddard gets knocked out of the game, that was a play that I don't think he makes a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, and I think the run game's taking some pressure off him. He doesn't have to do it all himself. The fact that the other team now has to account for the run, they just can't pin back their ears and go chase the quarterback and stuff like that. They've got to respect the play action. It allows him to set his feet in the pocket and throw with some confidence. There's no doubt he's got a good arm. And then he does have that escapability and the ability to run the football and turn something into nothing or turn nothing into something when it breaks down. So that's what I'm talking about. I don't think you're ever going to ask. I don't know if you're ever going to turn around and say to Jalen Hurts, you're got to be the guy today. But can he be part of a winning team, a big part with the right pieces around him? It looks like it's trending in that direction.
Well, I think offensively, their skill players are very young. They've got a pretty solid offensive line. They really need to focus on that defensive side of the ball. Now, they've had all sorts of problems defensively, but in the games they've won, Michael, the defense has been part of the reason why they won. They only gave up 13 yesterday. I think in the 4 games they've won, they give up like 10 points a game.
Right. It's probably not a coincidence, right? And also I think in the games, in 2 of the games they've won, they've had defensive touchdowns, right? Didn't Slay have one in Detroit also? He has the one yesterday. So it's not only that they are holding the other team down, but they're also putting points on the board and forcing turnovers, which is something they didn't do in the games they lost. But I agree. Again, you talk about those 3 first-round picks. If you have the offense sort of finding its groove, then you can use those picks to improve the defense next season. And young players on defense, can make a big difference in a hurry, maybe even more of an impact than they can on offense a lot of times.
We saw what's going on in Dallas. They got Parsons and Diggs have turned that defense around pretty quickly with just 2 players. The Eagles could potentially add 3. I guess, moving forward here, not all these teams, Denver yesterday put up, 30 last week against Dallas. Atlanta had won 4 in a row. Carolina put up 30+. So not all of these teams are constantly struggling, and yet the Eagles' defense was able to keep them down. Do you see, like New Orleans, they play the Giants twice. They play the Jets. They play Washington twice. Is there any reason to think that those teams are not in the area that their defense should be able to keep them competitive over this 6-7 game stretch.
Yeah, this is where I get a little worried. I mean, competitive is a good word right there. I don't think there's a game on the schedule that you say to Eagles that the Eagles can't win. There's also a game on the schedule that they can't lose either. You know, I think some people are looking at this schedule and just dismissing. They see the 2 games against the Giants, the 2 games against Washington, game against the Jets, and the Dallas game. Maybe Dallas has it all wrapped up. Maybe they're resting starters that game. You know, you got to flip it around and look at it from this side. If you're Washington, you're looking at it the same way the Eagles are. You're Washington, you're saying, hey, we're 3-6. We beat Tampa yesterday. We can beat the Eagles. If you're the Giants, you say, hey, we played well against the Raiders 2 weeks ago. We're coming off a bye. Let's see what we can do. You know, maybe we can make a run here. So, you know, obviously I don't think the Eagles are going to go 7-0 the next couple of games, but they are competitive. There's not a game on the schedule they can't win. There's not a game they can't lose.
Which makes it very intriguing. Look, all you can ask is for your team to still be in it. I know that a lot of people out there are saying, I don't want them to be in it, but those people are curmudgeon.
Yeah, I don't get that. There's no downside to them being, and it's the NFL. It's not like you got the number 3 pick, and in basketball, like the number 3 pick was R.J. Barrett for the Knicks. The number 2 pick was Ja Morant. The number 1 pick was Zion Williamson. In football, when you're not looking for that quarterback, there's not that gap to me. The 17th pick can be just as good, if not better, than the 7th pick. So
happens all the
time.
No
downside to making the playoffs, and there's no downside to winning football games.
That we agree on. Mike McGarry, 6 local teams have a chance to keep winning.
Yeah, just a fantastic high school football weekend, and I'm starting to think about it, maybe a must-win column this week. I think it might be the best high school football season I've seen in about, 25, 30 years. You got Ocean City, Millville playing for a South Jersey title in Millville on Friday night. You got Cedar Creek hosting Delsea for a South Jersey title on Saturday. You've got Holy Spirit and St. Joe traveling up north to play non-public B semifinals. And you've got St. Augustine hosting Don Bosco Prep, one of the magic names in New Jersey high school football, in the state non-public A semifinal on Friday night. So you've got, 6 traditional Cape Atlantic League schools still in the mix, still playing for championships. It was a great weekend this past weekend, and it's going to get even better this weekend coming up.
All right, we'll talk more about those games later on in the week with Mike. You can follow him on Twitter at AC Press McGarry for all his coverage of everything happening. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City here on a Sports Bash Monday. All right, Mike, take care, man.
All right, we'll see you later in the week.
All right, that's Mike McGarry. He'll be back on Wednesday. We'll talk more about everything that's happening. There's so much in the area. As he mentioned, 6 local teams. You got to get tickets for those games beforehand. You can go to our website, 973ESPN.com, to get details on getting tickets for Millville, Ocean City, Cedar Creek, all the games. You have to buy those tickets in advance. You can't just go to the fields on Friday night, Saturday afternoon for Cedar Creek and walk in. You have to have a ticket in advance. Go to our website. We have the details, 973ESPN.com. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Mike McGarry's appearance brought to you by Calvi Electric, now offering residential services for your home and business online, calvielectric.com. All right, there you go. It's your cue to call for 99 bottles, 609-573-3776, 609-573-3776. Right now, it's your cue to call. If you are in, you've got to be live at Vagabond Kitchen and Tap House in Egg Harbor Township. This year's 99 Bottles Party is happening Wednesday, November 24th. You must be present to win tickets. See you there. All right, hour two of the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. What's going on, everybody? It's the Monday after an Eagles win. 4-6, the Birds are. One game behind Atlanta, actually Carolina, for the 7th spot in the NFC playoffs. They're a game and a half behind this week's opponent, the Saints. So if they were to beat the Saints this week, they'd be a half game behind the Saints, and they would have a game over the Saints. So this is a big game this week for playoff implications. I know a lot of people out there are not all that interested in making the playoffs. For football, I mean, if this was basketball and you're telling me, hey, you're battling for the 8 seed, 7 seed, I agree. Do I think the Eagles are going to win the Super Bowl with this team? Not necessarily. Although, again, with the COVID situation and all that's going on in the world out there, you never know. Injuries in the NFL happen. So what's to say that you're the 7 seed, Arizona? You know, I think Arizona's good. I don't think they're great. Green Bay is, I think defensively is playing way better than we thought they would play. The one team, I think Dallas is very good. Tampa, I think, can be very good at times. Other than that, I mean, there's not a clear-cut number one team. I'm not suggesting you're going to go out there and upset Green Bay, Arizona, Dallas, Tampa Bay, or the Rams en route to go and do a Super Bowl. But this thing seems to be pretty wide open this year. And to me, in football, it's worth getting into the playoffs. You don't want to have a losing mentality, a losing situation in football. There's so many teams that just can't get out of being losers. Cincinnati, Vegas, Cleveland, Jets, Jacksonville, Houston. They're all perpetually bad. They just have a losing mentality. They have a losing organization. These teams, it's hard for them to really turn the corner. Philadelphia has been a winning organization. And for them to miss the playoffs last year with 4 wins and then get back there, hopefully this year, I think that is much faster than a lot of detractors out there thought. This is a team that over the years has constantly been in the playoff conversation. And this year, it didn't look like that was going to happen. This was a year that looked like it was going to be a long, long way back, that they had to do a lot of things. And look, they still have a lot of decisions and a lot of moves that they have to make en route to getting there. All right, Scott Grayson's here. Let's do Grayson's grades for another edition. But first, Josh, give me the qualifiers for 99 bottles. What do we got?
You got Johnny G in Ocean City.
Johnny G, my man, Johnny G. What's up there, Johnny G?
We got Kevin in Absecon.
Kevin in Absecon. All right, Kev.
And we got Kerry over in Ocean City.
All right, Kerry in Ocean City. We'll see the 3 of them on Wednesday at Vagabond Kitchen and Tap House in Egg Harbor Township. It's next Wednesday. 99 bottles. We'll have tickets to the Eagles and Washington football team. We have Flyers tickets, Sixers tickets to a whole bunch of events. 99 bottles, 99 tickets, 99 winners. We had a winner yesterday, Scott Grayson. The Eagles were victorious over the Denver Broncos. And they did it in another way, another impressive way, which they stuck to the ground game. 40 rushes yesterday.
Yeah, 3rd week in a row. And my question is, will that continue when Miles Sanders comes back? And that could happen as soon as this week, it sounds like. So, and when that happens, and Nick Sirianni alluded to it after the game, he's going to have some tough decisions to make because you're going to keep all 4 running backs active on game day. That's another conversation for another day. In terms of yesterday, look, I like the way I had said earlier this season that I was out on Nick Sirianni as the offensive coordinator. I'm starting to come back. I'm starting to come back a little bit because I see him, adjusting and playing to the team's strengths right now. This offensive strength, as this offensive line has been constructed, is run blocking. These guys are doing a great job of it. So let that be what sets things up. And I like the way that he started the game too. He knew Denver was probably going to be selling out to stop the run up the middle, and he ran a couple of plays out to the sides, got the ball moving. You move the ball a little bit, you get a couple first downs, and suddenly you're off and running. And Dallas Goedert, and then he goes out with the head injury, which you wondered, oh, great, now what's that going to do to this game plan? And to Sirianni's credit, it looked like he kind of stuck with what was the original game plan anyway. And I think that we're starting to see him maybe growing a little bit. And to me, that's a good thing because you start looking down the line at some of these teams they have coming up. And we've talked about it. The second half of this schedule is definitely easier than the first half was. And now you've got no Chase Young to worry about in Washington, it looks like. So As far as yesterday goes, I'm seeing Sirianni grow. He's growing on me in a positive way. No pun intended with the fertilizer and soil, but we're seeing a guy, I think, reading and understanding what his offense can do. As far as Jonathan Gannon goes, I'm still not sure what to expect with him. I saw a little bit more aggressive play from the defense, but again, this is not the same kind of teams they were playing a few weeks ago with the same kind of quarterbacks. Teddy Bridgewater, they were able to frustrate a little bit and kind of aggravate and get there. But there's still some of these stupid penalties happening, mostly on defense, that continue to hurt this team.
Scott, let's look at the grades. Let's talk at Sirianni because he had been in the F category multiple weeks, and I gave him an F minus, I think, a couple of times. He, to me, is one of the big reasons they've turned this thing around. You gave him an A. So he has gone from a guy who was multiple Fs up to an A. And I agree. I mean, is he an A, like the best coach in the league? No, but I give him a lot of credit for understanding. I don't understand what took him so long. I don't understand how it took him so long to see this. But I think he has done a great job of finding an identity and then saying, this is the identity and this is who we're going to be.
Yeah, and I guess you have to give a little credit because we ripped them as well to the front office for after doing this a couple weeks in a row. It would have been very easy for Jeffrey Lurie to say, hey, I want passing. We know that's really what he enjoys watching. And it certainly looks like as a group, they must have said, if we want to win games, this is how we have to do it. And it is working. And you saw yesterday, I think what really impressed me was you saw Denver really struggle with how to defend Jalen Hurts. And you saw Hurts, and I know we'll get to him a little bit, really taking a little more time to read what was happening in front of him, as opposed to I think he's still a little quick to get out of the pocket, but Sirianni's calling the plays that are allowing Hurts to do some things. And it sounds like, from what we heard Sirianni talk about after the game, that it sounds like he's giving Hurts a little bit more freedom in some of these calls he's making at the line as well. So perhaps Sirianni deserves credit for having trust and faith in Hurts in that way. I think this is all part of the evaluation process for them to say, hey, let him go, give him a little bit of a leash, and we're got to figure out whether he can sink or swim because this team still has to figure out who's going to play quarterback in the future. Maybe it is Hurts. Definitely one of his better games of the season, if not the best. And I think Sirianni's doing a good job of allowing his offense to do, like you said, it seems like it's found an identity and now live by that identity. Find ways, differently week to week to do different things off of that identity, but don't lose who you are. And I think they did that yesterday.
Yeah, and another thing, I thought Hurts played maybe his best game. I mean, the numbers might not say it, but I just thought poise-wise, standing in the pocket, making some throws, not getting out. And there was a couple times when he got out, but I thought 3 throws really stood out. The one to Watkins that Watkins should have caught, the touchdown pass to Smith, where Smith really helped him out, but he had to step up and deliver that throw. It took a pitch and a catch to make that play happen. And I thought the one to Goddard, that play is one that he typically would have tucked it, ran it, or whatever. He stepped up. He got a little pressure. He stepped up into the pocket, and then he delivered one to Goddard, got him smashed. But I thought it was just a really good play by Hurts.
Well, that was, yeah, and I was frustrated because you looked at that and you said, wow, that was helmet to helmet, right? And I don't put that on Hurts. That just happened to be the way that play went down because Goddard had caught it and run with it. So clearly it wasn't like Hurts hung him out to dry. And I agree with you. Those 3 throws were the best throws of the game. The one I love about Devontae Smith was he gave him an opportunity to make a play. And that's all these receivers ask for is just put the ball out there where I can go get it. And, that was just a great – I mean, to me, that was a coming-of-age moment for Devontae Smith to say, hey, maybe this guy can be a number one. Maybe he can be a star, but I think we know he can be a number 1 receiver in this league. He showed that on that play. And but you're right. I mean, Hurts had to step up. He had to deliver the ball. He had to put it there. And if he was even a second later, there was another defender from the Broncos coming over that the safety that would have been able to get there in time had it been a second later. So a really good job. The Quez Watkins play, I mean, had that connected, Hurts would have had 3 touchdown passes in the first half. And you say, his numbers, he would have been up around 300 total yards with that catch. I mean, that was a well-thrown ball. He laid it out there where only Watkins could get it, should have had it. And I was just overly impressed with Hurts. And I think what you hear is his teammates, like Lane Johnson after the game, saying, look, this guy – He's even keel. I mean, when things are great, you can't really tell, and when they're not, you can't really tell. He keeps his head down. He does his job, and And I think, quite frankly, he's won over this locker room. He's certainly winning over his coaches at this point. And I think maybe he's winning over the town a little bit with games like that.
Well, he definitely, I mean, we heard all offseason how much of a leader he is and how much everybody likes him. You gave A's to a bunch of guys, but I want to talk about two that really have kind of changed the complexion of this team, Jordan Howard and Boston Scott. And now you wonder, Scott, what do they do with Miles Sanders set to possibly come back?
Yeah, I alluded to that earlier. Like Sirianni said, it's a good problem to have, but I can't imagine you're keeping Gainwell, Scott, Howard, and Sanders all active. You only get 53 spots to be active on game day, and if you use 4 of them right there, that's tough. Now, you could say, look, if we're going to continue to lead on the ground game, look, at one point in back-to-back plays, I think it was Howard and Scott went out. You were left with just Gainwell. So you might run into that problem. But Miles Sanders has to go back to being the guy, and Scott and Howard right now, they're the ones I would keep active. They're the ones making the plays. They're good change of pace kind of guys. But I know Gainwell gives you a lot more when you get in the red zone in terms of a receiver out of the backfield. So, I mean, maybe they will keep all 4 active, and they'll do different things, and maybe they'll run 2 of them out there. Sirianni's going to have an opportunity to kind of mix things up a little bit while still keeping that identity I talked about. I'm looking forward to seeing it happen because Scott and Howard have been good at running the ball, but neither one of them are, home run hitters. And Sanders has been that guy in the past that if you feed him enough, could break one. And we've been waiting for that. It'd be nice to see it happen. He hasn't been getting the touches, certainly, that before he got hurt, that all of us were screaming for him to get. So I'm looking forward to seeing what this offense looks like with Miles Sanders coming back, because there's no way it can be worse.
No, and the offense has been pretty good, but the defense has really struggled all year. And then yesterday, in games that they're winning, Scott, they give up about 10 points per game. Now, I can't sit here and say that this defense is all of a sudden good, but you gave John Gannon a D. Did he make the necessary adjustments? Is this just another case that, hey, they played against a team that's not, they only average 20 points a game, Denver does. So you gave Gannon a B. I got to give him some credit. They looked terrible in the second quarter. I mean, all of a sudden it was like, oh, here comes this passive defense. They made some changes.
They did. And I mean, one play can really change a game, right? And that's what the Darius Slay play did. Had he not fumbled that ball, most likely Denver got the first down, and you would have started to see this game. I mean, that was a tight game. That moment was so big. And that was players making plays, and sure, Gannon had to call that. Throughout the game, though, I liked what I saw from the standpoint that, look, there were 3 offensive linemen out for Denver. If they couldn't take advantage of that, and I'm still disappointed in things like that, in the sense that they had 1 sack against those backups on that offensive line. I felt like the cushion out there was a little bit tighter than what it has been, which was much needed. But still, Bridgewater was able to get rid of the ball before guys could get to him. You had roughing the passer penalties when they were able to hit him. There's still a lot to fix on this defense, in my opinion. But Gannon was squarely on the hottest seat in town all week, and came out and they got a win. They held the Broncos to 13 points, no matter how you slice and how they did it. A blocked field goal certainly helped keep points off the board as well. Things fell into line, and maybe this team will start getting a little bit of confidence on that side of the ball. I don't see how they don't, but in terms of what I saw from Gannon, there's still a lot of room to improve. But I saw a little bit better, which was the reason for the B.
Yeah, they did make. I thought they did make some subtle adjustments. I mean, again, this goes back to, hey, Teddy Bridgewater's not a guy who's going to pump the ball down the field. Every quarterback they've played that has been kind of like that second to third tier guy, they've done a good job with. Grayson's grades. Let's take a look at some other grades here. One guy that Davion Taylor. I want to get your take on him. You gave him an A. I said I kind of pointed him out too. Look, sometimes he's out of position, sometimes he overruns things, but I think he's given the Eagles finally. I don't know if he's a long-term answer there, but an athletic linebacker who can go sideline to sideline and make some plays for you.
Yeah, he's got a high motor, and he is playing with effort. Now, it does get him out of position sometimes, as you talked about, and I think there's perhaps a learning curve that can happen with that. But, you need guys like him who are going to be in the pile trying to rip that ball out in certain moments, and that was obviously a veteran, move and a play that he made at that moment, which, he's still learning a lot. And, you look at that play and stripping that ball out, and he usually involved. I thought the Eagles did a really good job in stopping the run for the Broncos early in the game, and Taylor played a part in that as well. So I see a guy who's trending in the right direction. Now, we've seen this before at that position from guys like Alex Singleton last year, and the consistency just really hasn't been there. Now, can Taylor start consistently being that kind of guy? Perhaps. Like I said, I like his effort. I like his motor. He but it can get him into trouble sometimes. And the key now is to see him try to refine that a little bit. You can't underestimate how big plays like that are and will be known throughout the week inside the locker room. Those guys know. They know, Slay knows he doesn't get that touchdown without the fumble forced by Taylor first. And confidence. I'm looking to see what Taylor does off of this then next week against the Saints, because look, Alvin Kamara is going to be a tough ask for anybody to try to defend, and Taylor's probably the guy who's going to have to do a good job with that.
Yeah. And by the way, Kamara didn't play last week, so we'll see if he's healthy enough to come back. But you're right, if he's out there. Another guy, Slay, you gave an A to. I thought he was outstanding. Another guy that one of the guys you gave Maddox a D. I'd like to you explain that. I even said, look, he got that penalty. But other than that, I thought Maddox, and I hate to say it, he's a Pitt guy. I hate to give him credit. I thought he's played pretty well.
Yeah, he has done really well, and I put that in there. He has really, I think, locked down the nickel corner role, right? I think he's done a really good job with that. We saw him last year struggle on the outside. Well, it seems like his place is inside, and he's done really well with that. What really bugged me, and I weighted the grade on this, was that taunting penalty was just costly and stupid. And the league, by now, every player in this league has to know that these officials are really, really calling that tight. No matter what you do, you want to celebrate, get out away from any opponent and do whatever you want to do. Scream, yell, holler, have fun. But if you do it near anybody and it's perceived at all to be in any way taunting, that flag's coming out. And that drive, it was a key moment in the game early where I thought the Eagles could have started to put the game away early, and it allowed Denver. They got 20 yards in penalties on back-to-back plays partly from that. And Denver wasn't doing anything. They had no momentum until that. And I thought that was a very costly penalty. So I weighted his grade based on stupidity. You can't do that.
I mean, you're right on the penalty brings him down a letter grade. I think I thought he played, but Barnett again with another penalty. I mean, I don't know what you do with him. He's in the last year of his deal. You wonder what because they don't have a lot of depth. You keep saying bench him, but they got nobody to go to. That's their issue.
It is. And so I'd start saying, you know what, maybe he can't be out there on third down, because how many drives on third down has it looked like the Eagles have gotten a stop and he does something stupid like a roughing the passer or jump off.
What's another option? Give me another option. And what do you put Kerrigan there? I don't know. I mean, they just don't have another option. And then he's a free agent in the offseason. You wonder what's out there. I don't know what the free agent list looks like, but do they just say, hey, we'll dance with the devil we know? I don't know. I think that's going to be very interesting. Now, keep in mind, Miami wins again, which kind of screws you a bit on that. You're hoping Miami's pick is the one where you get that real impact player. You hope you win enough. Look, let's get your take on this. This team is a game out of the 7 spot right now. They're a game and a half out of the 6 spot. Are they are they in this thing?
Absolutely. I think they absolutely are in this thing. They are starting to get some momentum. They have, here's the problem though, Mike. They're 4-2 on the road, 0-4 at home. So they've played 6 road games.
That even out?
Yeah, and so they've got to start figuring out how to win at home, because they have a lot of home games left. And so you got to win here. And you start looking at this and you're playing it out and you say, wow, the toughest game they have remaining is Dallas. Second toughest is New Orleans next week. So you get through this one. If you happen to beat the Saints, I think you're well on your way, because when you look at the Cowboys in the last week of the season, they very well may have their seating locked up and might not even play some of their guys, and you end up getting another win that you might not have gotten there. I think for sure this team is a playoff contender, and I continue to say get guys like Devontae Smith and Jalen Hurts playoff experience. It may be one and done, but you're playing with house money. And once you get a ticket to the dance, you never know what can happen. Maybe you pull off an upset.
There's no question. And I've been saying for weeks, Scott, to which I've been getting a lot of Jim Mora gifts, like playoffs. Like people have been sending me those nonstop. I said, look, people act like I'm saying this because I think it's like they're a good. No. I don't think Atlanta's any good. I don't think Minnesota's any good. I don't think Carolina's any good. I don't think New Orleans is all that good. They're the teams that you're battling with. So two teams of that group have to get in the playoffs.
And here's the key. I heard you mention this before, and this is why Sunday's game is going to be so huge. Right now, they have the tiebreakers over Atlanta and Carolina because they beat them head-to-head. You go and beat New Orleans here on Sunday, it is basically winning a game and a half because you'll get that tiebreaker over the Saints as well. And now you're going to have the tiebreaker over pretty much every team that you're fighting for those two spots. And likely, I mean, it could be very likely that some of these teams finish with the same record. You want to be that team that's holding that tiebreaker for sure.
Scott, I think the 7th seed will have 8 wins. That's my number for the 7th seed. I think 6 will probably get to 9. I think 7 will be 8 and 9 and get in.
I can agree with that. And there's an outside chance that even 7 wins might do it. Because these teams, like you said, are not good. And they've definitely got their issues. And, you look at Carolina, like, well, okay, Cam Newton gave them a spark, but we know what Cam Newton can be. So does the rest of the league. You look at the Falcons. I mean, they just got exposed in a big way. And like they did in week 1 by the Eagles, but they come back every now and then and they pull off some wins. So these teams are all up and down, and the Eagles are the same way. I mean, let's call it what it is. But the problem or the benefit for the Eagles is the schedule is so easy coming down the stretch. The problem is they cannot play down to the level of their opponents. They have to stay up.
Exactly. The difference is Carolina plays the most difficult schedule in football. Now, can they beat they beat Arizona yesterday? You would think Arizona's a team they're not going to go on the road and beat. Well, they did. So, yeah, all these things come into play, but you're right. You're within a game of all these. And as you mentioned, you have the head-to-head tiebreaker on 2 of the 3 teams, one of which now the 3rd team you play this week, and you're at home. I mean, by the way, keep in mind, Philadelphia did play New Orleans last year with Jalen Hurts and beat them. So that game was in New Orleans. This game will be in Philadelphia. So Hurts has played against this Saints defense and has beat them already. So this game's interesting all of a sudden, man.
Yeah, very much so. And this is where you need to this is what to me. This is a measuring stick game to me, not from the standpoint that the Saints are an all-world team, but they're decent. And you are at home where you have not yet won yet, Nick. Maybe now would be a good time to get not only a home win, you beat a quality team that you then get a tiebreaker advantage against if you end up coming head-to-head with them, and you put 2 wins in a row together, which they have not yet done this season. So this would be an important game to me to try to say, hey, they're starting to put some pieces in place here. And if they end up losing a tight game, maybe I'll still feel that way. They get blown out. That's another issue altogether. But you look at, Trevor Siemian, we've talked about the quarterbacks that Gannon's had to defend against and dial up defenses against. Siemian's a guy who I would think you can force some mistakes out of.
Well, he was terrible yesterday. He was terrible yesterday.
But you can't be passive. You can't keep all that cushion because anybody in the NFL, even the backup quarterbacks, can make those throws with guys 10 yards off of them. So to me, this is one of those times I want to see the aggression keep coming from Gannon. And if not, man, my red pen's going to be ready to go.
Grayson's grades are posted right now at 973ESPN.com. Get the full list of grades now. And, of course, Scott will be back on Monday next week getting the Grayson's grades of Eagles and Saints, which is right here on 97.3 ESPN. Of course, that game with Merrill Reese and Mike Quick. The coverage starts at noon, the kickoff at 1 o'clock. At Scott Grayson, S. Grayson, Fox 29. Follow him on Twitter there as well. All right, Scott, take care, man.
All right. I like the way you dressed up the screen, too. Well done.
Yeah, new package there for you. New graphics package. Everybody, all right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Everybody realizes now that the NFC 6, 7, 8, 6 and 7 are obviously not very good. Those 2 spots are up for grabs. It starts this week. Once you get around Thanksgiving, it all comes into play. We'll get into that. I want to look at the week that was in the NFC, in the NFL, wild schedule again. We'll look back at it and more. Your text messages right now, 609 403 0973. 609 403 0973. Also, we'll open up the phone lines if you want to jump in. It's a great time between now and the end of the hour to get in. 609 573 3776. 609 573 3776. We'll do the phones. We'll do the video. We'll do the text. We got some messages coming in on the free mobile app. A lot of people want to get in today. I'm here till 6 with you out there on a Sports Bash Eagle Win Monday. 3:33 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. You can download the app in the Apple Store or Google Play. You can message us through the app. Got a couple of messages through the app I'll get to in just a second. 609-403-0973. That's the way you get on board on the text board. 609-403-0973. You can give us a call at 609-573-3776. Nick Sirianni talks in the 4 o'clock hour, so we'll have that for you a little bit later on in the show as well. Tom in the Villa says, I think if they could sneak into the playoffs, they can actually upset a few of the top seeds. They'll be a big underdog in those games, but nothing's surprises me. I mean, if they won a game in the playoffs, I wouldn't be shocked. I don't think the 1, 2, and 3 seeds are all that daunting either. I think they're clearly better than the bottom half, but I don't think, that's getting a little bit ahead of ourselves. Let's get to Mark in Atlantic City. He says they won't beat Washington Giants and will get swept by the Cowboys. No playoffs. That's possible. Mark, anything's possible. Anything is possible. I mean, they could win the rest of their games. They could lose the rest of the games. They could split the rest of the game. Are you watching the league this year? This is what the league is. It's parity. It's I can beat you. This team can beat that team. I mean, Jacksonville beats the Bills. It's crazy. 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Mike, this is a text message. Hey, Mike, it's Alex. Being a player in free agency is all well and good, but you need to take care of your own. Looking at you, Goddard. Yeah, they got to sign Goddard. They got to lock that up, but that's a all-season thing that I think will take care of itself. I think they'll get Goddard back here. I think there was probably some sort of wink, nod. Hey, we'll get you back here. 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. I'll head out to the phones if you want to jump on board. Tom in Summers Point, what's going on, Tommy?
One of the reasons is, they're young, and I want a young coaching staff to grow with the team. Sirianni, he's doing his job. He's putting the players in the best situation to succeed. And Gannon, like you give him a Micah Parsons, that defense, one of the big keys on that defense is we can't cover a tight end, and we haven't been able to cover a tight end in years. You need that playmaking linebacker. You imagine if we had a Micah Parsons type on this team, Mike, it would fix a lot of problems with that defense.
Yep, they got a lot of problems on defense. It's just not one thing, but yeah, getting a linebacker that can cover in today's game will certainly go a long way to, Parsons was one player. That Dallas defense was historically bad. They got one player. Now, Diggs has stepped up, but Parsons is really, because they can use him all over the place, and he's so athletic. He has really changed the complexion of how you think about that defense.
You have Slay and Nelson can only do what they can do, Mike, and they shut down the receivers. But I've always said you take the best player in the draft and you build your needs through free agency, and they haven't done that, Mike. You take Reagor over Jefferson. Reagor wasn't projected to go that high. You had Jefferson on this team, and it's we can't go backwards. But that's my issue with Howie. He takes stretches, and I mean, I don't trust him to make these picks this year, Mike. I'm sorry. I don't have.
And you
faith.
are well within you're well within your reason to feel that way. Now, I mean, look, in the end, the whole Reagor thing, it looks to be 100% that's a miss. The fact that Jefferson's one of the best players in the league at that position. Reagor right now, he is a non-factor in this offense. So that's a fail. That's a miss.
And then so it's like when you're picking, so there's
I will say this though, Tom, just real quick, and just on that, Jefferson is the best receiver of that group. Well, somebody took Ruggs at number 10. Somebody took Judy at number 11. So we act like this is the one team that can't.
I don't know the top.
What's that?
I don't understand how in the top 30 you carry it. I don't know how teams miss. It boggles my mind.
Well, just that's my point is we act like that the Eagles always miss and everybody else does their job. No, somebody took Ruggs, then somebody else took Judy.
Well, Mike,
multiple teams thought the same thing, that Jefferson was not the player that he became. That's the point I'm making is, yes, You want your guy to be the one that stands out and says, I got it right. But my point is, you're going to miss. They're going to get things wrong.
But how many times has Howie missed, Mike? Let's be honest.
The same amount as every. My point. That's my point, though. That's my point, Tom. He has missed just about the same amount as everybody else has missed. We act like these guys are hitting on 70% of their picks, and it's not the case.
But as an Eagles fan, we don't care what Dallas does. We don't care what anybody else does. I care about what the Eagles do.
Right. But that's
in a microscope.
You're right, though. But you are an Eagles fan. I have to give you objectively to say, look, as a fan, I understand what you're saying. It's frustrating. But my point is, I got to reel people back in to say, this team, every GM in this league is hitting on about 50. The best guy's hitting maybe 55% of the time. Nobody is way up here, and this guy's way down here is my point.
Mike, I'll see you next Tuesday. 99 bottles, buddy. See you next Tuesday.
It's Wednesday, man. It's Wednesday. See, you're wrong on that, too. You couldn't even get the day right. Glenn, you're up next on 97.3. What's going on, Glenn? Oh, we lost you there. 609-573-3776. Look, I get it. The frustration of the Jefferson thing. But on a different level here, when you reel that back in and say, man, how the hell did you miss on that? Well, it's not just your team that missed on that. And I get it. You don't care about the other teams, but you have to put that into context that, look, everybody, when that draft came out, Henry Ruggs, Jerry Jeudy, they were the top two guys, CeeDee Lamb. Those were the three guys. And then the next group of guys was kind of murky. Most people thought Jefferson was the next guy, but it was pretty clear that Lamb, Jeudy, and Ruggs. Well, Ruggs, obviously, he's got all sorts of off-the-field problems, but he wasn't anything special. Jeudy, we saw yesterday, he hasn't changed the complexion of the Broncos' offense. CeeDee Lamb is in a great offensive system, and he looks to be a heck of a player. But 3 teams took a player ahead of Justin Jefferson. 3 teams decided that Jefferson was not the guy to take. Well, hindsight 2020, I think the Raiders would definitively take Jefferson over Ruggs. I'm pretty sure if Denver had a chance to take Jefferson or Jeudy right now, they would take Jefferson. And I don't know what Dallas would do. I mean, they're in a great offense. CeeDee Lamb's been pretty good, but I think Jefferson would look pretty good in Dallas too. But those 3 teams, they all passed on Justin Jefferson. Now, why did Philadelphia at 21 say, we want Rieger over Jefferson? Don't have any idea. It looks to be a huge miss right now. 609-573-3776. Andrew in Marmora. What's up, Andrew?
Hey, Gil. How you doing?
What's up, my man?
So watching the game yesterday, I'm hearing what you're saying about Jefferson and Rieger, and I definitely agree. I think Rieger's kind of a bust now. It's just a matter of kind of like moving on from him and maybe kind of like.
Well, now it's all about how to figure out how to get something from him. Now you have to say he's not good enough to just do it himself. We have to figure out ways to utilize him the best. That's what he's become now.
Yeah, I think they're hoping that he's going to be a pretty good returner because he's always back there for punts, but he just doesn't seem to be able to get free from any kind of tackles or anything like that to break a big one.
He's not very good at that either. You're right.
Yeah, exactly. But other than that, yesterday, always good to see them win like that. It seemed like a really intense and high energy game. The fumble definitely sealed that game. Barnett with that penalty is just like, I watched him after that and I was like, I think he's like just playing too hard sometimes and it's kind of backfiring on him. It seems like, he's trying to get hit home and it's causing some bad penalties and things like that. But it's just good to see that Sirianni's actually learning and running the ball a little bit now because it's obviously working.
This is the biggest thing, and I appreciate the call. And the point about Sirianni, Andrew, it's the fact that Sirianni is growing as a head coach. He's taking what the team has done well, and he's now making that the identity and game planning. Where in the past, he didn't even try to run. And then he would say, oh, well, the game kind of dictated it. We had the RPO. You haven't seen as much of the RPO. They've kind of just phased that RPO almost out of the offense. It's very few and far between that they're RPOing at this point. 609 573 3776. 609 573 3776. We'll go right back out to the phones. And what's going on, Marcus?
What's going on, Mike, man? Happy Monday, brother.
The Mondays are always better when the
How you
Eagles
doing?
win.
Yeah, listen, I thought they had it last week, and then the way Dallas lost, I'm like, Eagles win, Dallas lose. You got, 2 for 1 in that one. But that was last week. I was just wondering, man. I was listening. I heard some of the pundits earlier, and they were talking about how much maligned the defense was. We've been talking about Gannon and Sirianni all year. We're basically halfway through 17 games and trying to figure the true identity of the team. Is the identity of the team the first, 4 or 5 games when they had almost no rushing yards, it seemed, or attempts? Or is it the last? Not to mention,
The discrepancy is so unbelievable, Marcus. I mean, the first 6 weeks, they ran the ball 17.8 times per game. The last 4 weeks, they're running it 35.8 times per game. Double.
If I saw on the board correctly, I believe they lead the league in the last 4 games in attempts, yards, and touchdowns for rushing wise.
I think they've been the number. I think they're the number 1 offense in football over the last 3 weeks.
Okay, now like I said, I haven't seen the whole offense, but I've seen the rushing wise. I saw that they put up their first 5 games and then the last 4.
Well, they went over 200. They've gone over 200 yards in 2 out of the last 3 games, and they've gone over 175 in 3 straight games. That hasn't happened since the year they went to the Super Bowl.
It's crazy. It's crazy. But again, the fact that, like I said, I wonder if, what the tale of 2 cities type of thing, what side of these coaches are we getting? Are they going to revert back to what they did in the beginning? Or, what's been working? What happens if
I think Sirianni has understood what they have become. I think he has now. Now, the question will be, Marcus, what do they do when Sanders comes back? Because a couple of weeks ago when Sanders got hurt, I said, I think he's going to trust the 2 guys that he has, and you're going to see a different Nick Sirianni. Well, that happened. Now, when Sanders is due back, does he just say, sorry, man, you lost your job? Does he, I contend that Sirianni hasn't trusted Sanders, and that's why they didn't use him.
I get it, but I mean, now that's the offensive part. What about the defense?
Well, the defense to me, defense to me has been very.
The 2 cornerbacks you've had in a long time. You hadn't had a chance to use them, and all of a sudden, when I looked up, I'm like, whoa, they're in press coverage a couple of times. Like, hold on, wait, that is the Eagles game I'm watching, right? Because we hadn't seen it all season, but then all of a sudden they're playing only 5, yards off, 2 yards off, actually bumping these guys, and I don't know if it was the respect or the disrespect for those receivers.
Yeah.
But Judy was out there. The other guy was there. I know.
The corners. I've been saying all year, Marcus, and I appreciate the call, brother. I've been saying all year about the corners. You got to put the game in the cornerback's lap. I don't think Gannon has done a whole heck of a lot defensively that has changed. I just think this has kind of been what it is. The quarterback that they've played, the offensive line that they play, that has a lot of that factors in a lot to the success of the defense. We'll talk to Mosher coming up because Mosher had kind of taken Gannon. I don't want to say took Gannon's side so much, but he did kind of say there's a reason and there's some things here that we got to look into a little bit further. We'll do that at Football at 4 in about 13 minutes. Stick around. Hey, Sports Bash is live. Grayson's Grades, by the way, earlier this hour were brought to you by Boardwalk Honda from Maine to Miami. Nobody beats the Boardwalk deal. Online, boardwalkhonda.com. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Mosher coming up at 4. Casey Joyner, one thought every game. I'll give you my thoughts on all the games as well. Jeff Kerr tonight. All right, I'm going to go to the text board. We just did the phones. If you want to jump in on the phones, I'll open up the lines again. 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. So if you want to jump in on the phones, I'll try to sneak in a call or 2. If not, we'll do the text board, which is loaded right now with your reaction. And the video board. I will get to the video board as well. If you're watching the show on YouTube, I will get to your comments because I see a lot of comments on the YouTube stream today. All right. That's the modus operandi for the next 15 minutes here. Stick around. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, and the free mobile app. Sports Bash on your radio dial at 97.3 ESPN, online at 97.3ESPN.com, the free mobile app. I'm Mike Gill. 609-403-0973 on the text board. Cheeto and EHG, do you think Barnett is being too aggressive or is he taking way too many chances? No, he's just a knucklehead. They talked about it yesterday on the broadcast, how many penalties he's gotten at such inopportune times. He just, look, and they can't really, here's the problem. They don't have any depth. With Graham going out, they can't bench Barnett. They don't have anybody to replace him. So I think a lot of it is the fact that Barnett really knows that, hey, what are you going to do to me? They don't have a capable backup in that situation. So is he a little too aggressive? Yeah, I mean, I'll give him credit for being aggressive sometimes. Mike Rager's huff. He stinks. Nelson Aguilar was a better first-round pick. Can't disagree with that all that much. You're not really splitting the atom with that comment there. I mean, Rieger has just been a complete disappointment. There's no question about it. Busteroni so far. Let's see. Mike, it's Frankie from Avalon. Something there, I think. I'm one of the few true Patriots that I know of anyway that's stuck with them since Brady left. We started off the season not looking too hot, but in the last few weeks, seems like we're turning around. Hopefully it stays this way. Can I get your opinion on how far the Patriots will go this year? Well, Frankie from Avalon, if you remember, way back in my preseason picks, I have the paper right here. Who's in? Who's out? Wild card. I got New England in. I picked New England to make the playoffs in the preseason, and I've picked them the last 1-2 weeks in a row. I think New England's going to the playoffs in the AFC. So there you go, Frankie from Avalon. Glad you stuck with your team. You are a true Patriot. Football at 4 is on the way. Jeff Mosher's here. Did John Gannon make adjustments, or was it just a lesser opponent again? What's the real story? Find out next here on the Sports Bash. Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast, and it is brought to you locally by Caesars Entertainment Group of Atlantic City. Come experience the ultimate sports destinations all season long at Wild Wild West, Tropicana, and Harrah's Resort Atlantic City. Book your game day experience today at Caesars.com. Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast is here. And, of course, the Eagles win makes things a lot brighter on a Monday. Jeff Mosher, how are you, my friend?
Oh, my day is always bright regardless, Mike. But no, it is a great day. It's a good day. I'm good and good win. And how are you doing?
It was a good win. It feels good. And obviously there's a lot to unpack on this because of the way they did this again. They ran the football. They ran it with a lot of success. And obviously Nick Sirianni, are we convinced now that Sirianni has made the change? Is this the identity of the Philadelphia Eagles? Is he now looking at this team and understanding, hey, this is our path to victory?
Without a doubt. I mean, what I think you're seeing is two things that are important. One is that, as you just mentioned, an identity is established. A coach is playing to the strengths of his team. The strength is the offensive line and the running game, and he's doing a great job over the last 3 weeks of recognizing that and adjusting accordingly. But what I think he's also doing is not just showing the other extreme. For example, the last 2 weeks, their running game was a mostly downhill style under center attack, whereas they came out against Denver, which has the 6th best rushing defense going into the game, and they didn't try to go under center and downhill it. They still were going to run, but they ran it from a lot of 11 personnel, from shotgun formations. So you saw an adjustment by Nick Sirianni to say, I'm not going to just do what I did last week and the week before and assume that's going to work. I'm going to be a good coach here. I'm going to come up with some schemes that I think are going to benefit my offense versus this particular defense. I'm going to get my quarterback on the run a little bit more to open up the defense. And I'm still going to keep my core philosophy of running the ball, but I'm going to open it up a little bit in the passing game, and that's good. I mean, that's what you're going to have to do, because eventually they're going to get into a situation this year, Mike, where the team, it could be New Orleans. They have a very good defense where that run game isn't going to come so easily. Or if they're stopping one variation of your run, you're going to have to figure out a way to run it differently. And so I thought the adjustment in how they ran was really important.
That's good breakdown by you there, Jeff Mosher. And, of course, I think one of the reasons you have to really look at as to why they can do this is because of the offensive line. And we talked about last week, well, Denver's got a much better defensive front. You might not be able to run the ball on them. This is what we do. You stop us. I like the fact that they did that. And their line, I thought, whipped Denver yesterday.
It really did, not to take away. I know Denver was struggling. They have a good run defense, but they lost about 3 inside linebackers over the last 2 or 3 weeks. They had to make a trade to get the guy from the Rams after they traded Miller or wherever they got him from. So they're a little bit hurting, but still, I think that they are a very stout defense, and they get a lot of good plays from guys who are not household names. You saw that guy, Gordon, or I forget his last name. But they have a couple of Shelby Harris. They got a couple of guys who you just never heard of, but they're stout and they're well coached by Vic Fangio. But you're right, when you've got the talent and you up front, and that's where the strength of the Eagles is, you can dictate what you want to do to an extent. And I thought that they did that. And I think that secondarily, this is why I like the win the most, Mike, is because there was adversity on each side of the ball. The offense did not really move the ball very well in the second half, and especially the third quarter. And then that's where your special teams came through with a block and where your defense came through with a fumble recovery, right? And defensively, they didn't do great the entire game. It looked like they're in the third quarter, they were going to get gashed. I mean, Denver ran 23 plays in the third quarter. The Eagles ran 7. But Darius Slay, Davion Taylor, obviously, combined for the big play that turns out to be a huge momentum swinging play. So the offense helped the defense helped the offense. And of course, special teams gets you the big block. And of course, Jake Elliott makes his field goals. That to me is the most complete game. The Atlanta game was great, blowout, right? The Lions game, great blowout. But I like this win more because it was in Denver where they hadn't won since '89. And because there was adversity that they had to overcome.
Yeah, and I know that they blitzed a lot, too. Denver came after. They were aggressive with their defense, and I thought that Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts did a really good job of remaining patient. I thought Hurts, there was 3 throws that really stood out, Jeff. It was the touchdown throw to Smith where he got out, made a throw. It was his throw, but both the pitch and the catch, both very well done. Smith makes a great play. That's exactly what you want to see from your first-round pick is, hey, it's up there, one-on-one, great coverage, I beat you, touchdown. But it was a really good throw. The throw to Watkins, who he's got to catch that ball, but where he put that and how he delivered it, where he took patience, stepped in, bang. And the throw to Goddard that got Goddard, he didn't get Goddard knocked out, but the play that Goddard, that's a play that I thought he doesn't make that play a couple weeks ago.
No, he doesn't. There's a 4th throw I'm going to bring in there, and it probably gets lost in the sauce. It was only like a 7-yard gain, but it was I think on the 2nd or 3rd possession. It was early because it was before Goddard got hurt. He actually made the catch where there was as you mentioned, the Broncos blitzed. They blitzed the nickel off the edge, and nobody accounted for it. And so Jalen was forced to his right, and it looked like one of those plays where he was either going to get sacked for a 10-yard loss or have to throw it out of bounds. And he kind of lofted it high in the air toward the sideline, and Goddard one-handed it right along. And I thought, man, that was a really nice touch while you're kind of going out of the pocket to just make sure only Dallas Goedert could get it. And it was a really great catch by Goddard as well. But you're right. The Quez Watkins drop in the end zone is really unfortunate because that might have been Jalen Hurts' best throw as a Philadelphia Eagle. I mean, I know Watkins had the corner beat by a step, but the safety was coming over. He had to put it right on the outside shoulder there where Quez should have made the play, no doubt.
Yeah, that was a situation where he stepped into a pocket that was there for him, and he didn't. There's been so many times where the play happens and then there's a little pressure and he just gets out of there. I thought he did a much better job of just hanging in there this week and delivering. I mean, you could see, people have questioned, does he have the arm strength? I mean, he might not pump it 80 yards down the field, but he has every bit of been able to get the ball, 50, 60 yards where it needs to be. I think we saw that in a couple of instances this week.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, we talk about arm strength. It's not almost every single quarterback in the NFL can throw the ball, 50, 60 yards. There's very few who can't get the ball that. It's just how it's how hard you can do, how well you throw the out route that's 10 yards and can you zip it in there. But mostly guys like Drew Brees or Ryan Tannehill, or, you can find some other guys who don't have the strongest arms in the world. They throw with great timing and anticipation. Phillip Rivers was never a strong arm guy. He just had amazing kind of feel for when and where to put the ball in certain situations. And I think Jalen Hurts is absolutely improving with his touch, with his staying in the pocket, with his timing. And you also saw, I forgot to mention this in the podcast, so I'm glad we're talking about it now. I think for the first time we saw him go to the line and make a few checks at the line of scrimmage and have some autonomy to change a play and for the better. So that's another really good development for him too.
Jeff Mosher, Inside the Birds podcast, InsideTheBirds.com. Football at 4 here. So much to unpack on this, too, because I thought, look, I haven't been the guy saying that Devonta Smith is, awful, but I have had some questions on, hey, is he going to be that number one guy? And I don't know if that he's going to be, Julio Jones in his prime. But you saw the makings yesterday of a guy who seems like the game's slowing down for him a little bit.
Yeah, first of all, I don't know if any of us realized the extent that his elbow might have been an issue because he looked like a cyborg with that, brace on his arm. I mean, it was pretty wacky to see that thing.
He was J.J. Watting it out there.
Yeah, right. So, no, I think you're seeing the contested catch acumen that he was known for in college. It's a little bit different than the guys who are like 6'2", 220, but he can go up and get the ball. And you saw in the first few games of the season where he wasn't really physical through the entire route, but there's no question he was physical through the entirety of that route, as well as the one last week, the touchdown that he caught, which was an over that Jalen Hurts threw, and where he caught it compared to where he ended up was because he broke some tackles and got away from things and was physical. So you are seeing that. I think that this guy is I think the biggest thing about Jalen Hurts, Mike, and you and I have watched Eagles football for a long, long time now, right? We don't expect an Eagles receiver to make that kind of touchdown catch. And that's not just, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to like Macklin or Deshaun or Jason Avant, but when's the last time we saw an Eagles wide receiver go 30 yards down the field and come up with that ball?
I tweeted it yesterday. I said, I don't think I've seen a receiver do that since Alshon in the Super Bowl year.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? I mean,
That's a good
Alshon
point.
did make a
Alshon could
couple
do it.
plays.
Mhm.
He made a couple plays. That was what he was known for, though, is kind of, heighten the point of attack kind of stuff. That was
Let me
one thing that
amend
stood
that
out.
statement. Let me amend that to when's the last time the Eagles drafted a wide receiver who could
There you
make
go.
that play?
Good point. I know this is going to be a topic. What do they do with Sanders?
Yeah, I think that the way they're running the ball, if they can continue to run the ball and come out of games with 40 runs, there's no reason why Sanders can't have 15, Jordan Howard can't have 12 to 15, and Boston Scott can't have 10. Maybe that makes Gainwell the odd man out, but Wendell Smallwood was the odd man who was having a decent year, but he became the odd man out in 2017 when Jay Ajayi came along and paired with Corey Clement and LeGarrette Blount. It just happens, especially when you're start off as the lowest guy on the totem pole. Maybe it's Boston Scott who takes a little bit of a back seat. The one thing I can't comprehend is why people think that Miles Sanders doesn't belong to go back into this rotation because, quote unquote, either the coaches don't like him or he was responsible for their awful run game for the first 6 or 7 weeks. The guy's averaging 4.8 yards per carry. I get that there are some times where he'll lose a yard or two on some runs because he's shiftier like that, but you're still averaging 4.8 yards per carry. I think he can only add some dynamic ability to this running game.
Yeah, you hope so. I mean, look, if they are committed to doing what they've done, I'm very intrigued to see what Sanders does when given the opportunity. The question is, why did they not give him the opportunity? I mean, as you see the first 6 games, 17 runs per game, last 4, 35. So if you're going to give him the ball and an opportunity, who knows how much Howard's been great, but he doesn't have the breakaway speed that Sanders has.
Absolutely. Like you go back to that third quarter and I was talking about where the Broncos do a better job of stopping the run. The Eagles only run 7 plays. Miles Sanders is the type of guy you saw last year. Even when you're struggling, he can break one 60, 70, 80 yards. So even if your offense is struggling to generate rhythm and flow and march down the field, bam, he breaks one and he's gone, or he puts you in field position.
Just adds another big play element that this offense kind of lacks right now. I mean, that big play is they still kind of plot their way down the field. I mean, they're running. To get a guy who can break one for 60, 70 yards, that really, changes the dynamics. Now, that also means your defense is out in the field a lot more. You and I talked a lot about the defense last week. I don't know, did John Gannon make adjustments? Did he make tweaks? Or is this just another example of, hey, they faced another quarterback who wasn't all that good, and they've been fine in those games? It's amazing to me, the yin and the yang. When they win, they give up about 10 points a game. When they lose, they give up 40.
Yeah. I don't want to lump Teddy Bridgewater into the same Jared Goff group or I'm trying to think of who else they beat this year, like Sam Darnold. Yeah. Bridgewater may not be great, but he's been pretty good this year, completing 70% of his passes. He's hot or cold. One thing we said on the pregame podcast, which turned out to be true, is for all of his accuracy, and he's very accurate, he does tend to have a Carson Wentz-ish like hesitancy once that pressure gets on him, where he looks a little disjointed, like he doesn't know what he wants to do with the football. And you saw that. And I did notice, and I haven't, the all 22 is not out yet, but it did look like the coverage was a little bit tighter. Not a lot. I don't know that they were pressing all up in wide receivers' faces, but it did look like the corners. And really, when we say corners, we're talking about Steven Nelson, because Slay already plays press, and Maddox isn't afraid to get up there either. But of those two guys, Maddox and Nelson probably played a little bit tighter. But again, I thought really the front 4 controlled the line of scrimmage. And I still don't understand why they couldn't have done that against the Chargers, because the Chargers had 2 guys out on their offensive line on the right side too. So to me, it's a little bit more of an indictment on the front 4, whether they decide to show up or not on any given week, but they certainly showed up in Denver.
They did. And you know who else I thought played a pretty good game with the linebackers? I thought it was just a nice, solid job. Edwards, Taylor, I thought did a good job. Those guys seemed to be making plays. They made tackles. They the second quarter, for whatever reason, it was the same old passive. They're running all over you. There was openings in the zones, and I was like, oh, my God, this is going to be a painful game. They made those adjustments in the second half, I guess. For whatever reason, it looked a lot different in the first, third, and fourth. The second looked terrible.
Yeah, well, actually, the third was not very good either. Again, they drove the ball really well through the air and the ground in the third quarter. It's just that they had a blocked field goal, a touchdown negated by a penalty, and something else went wrong for Denver that I can't think of at the moment. But either way, like I said, they out snapped the Eagles 23-7 in the third. I think the linebackers did a good job because they made some impactful plays. Obviously, Davion Taylor forcing 2 fumbles was big. But Mike, the way you described their play and the kind of the defense is how I feel like we're going to talk about the Eagles defense going forward, that even when they're doing a lot better, you're still going to get frustrated with a lot of they're, from a talent standpoint, they're only going to be able to do so much. But it does show you that if the Eagles could get themselves a true 3-down linebacker who's a difference maker, and I'm not saying they have to use a first round pick on. I know that's kind of a foreign concept for the team, but anybody who's like a pretty good linebacker, that can make a pretty big difference. Same thing I say with a safety. Get yourself a safety who can play deep, post, and nickel. Like, again, Tyrann Mathieu is an extreme example. But anybody who can do that for you, who's pretty good and versatile, it could make such a big difference for this team.
Yeah, because I don't know that Gannon did a whole heck of a lot differently in this game other than,
he didn't blitz that much this time either.
No, he didn't. Other than the fact that Bridgewater was 60%. I mean, you've been seeing guys complete it 80%, 75 on average, 60%. I mean, it was you're thinking, what happened that he only completed 60% of his passes? I mean, that to me is the bewildering part.
There's a few things that as well. And then this game is a blowout in final score, right? But think about how it's 20-10 Eagles at half. And then the Broncos drive all the way down the field on their first possession of the third. They get a field goal blocked, which doesn't happen every day, right? Good for the Eagles. They did that. Then the Eagles go 3 and out. Broncos drive down the field, get a 20-yard touchdown. And it's called back from a penalty. So they got to settle for McManus field goal. So now they cut the lead to 7. Then the Eagles go, I think they get the interception that Jalen Hurts threw. Then the Broncos go down the field again, and 4th and 1, Melvin Gordon fumbles. So the point is that it looks like the Eagles kicked Denver's tail by the final score, but that very easily, a few things go the other way. And I know this is every NFL game, but what I'm saying is that game was actually closer in competition than the game looked, but the Eagles this is like 4 weeks ago. It's the Eagles that are falling all over themselves and giving the ball away. And this time it was the opponent, which is why I think this is such a good win. I don't think Denver was horrendous yesterday. It just made 3 or 4 really bad plays.
No, you're right. You're right, Jeff. And obviously it takes us to the offense found itself. The defense chipped in. You got a blocked field goal. So you had a 3-layered win to get you to 4-6, and now you're a game out. And the question, I guess, looks at, hey, I know I tweet out, hey, they're in the playoff race, and people give me the Jim Mora response every single week. And I've been like, hey, I'm just giving you the facts. They're right in the mix here. Are they really in the mix here?
Yeah, I mean, you got to think there's 3 wild cards, right? So you know that whichever one doesn't get it between the Rams and the Cardinals is going to get number 1. And then you kind of got to erase that. I tend to think the Vikings, who seem to hang on, they do this every year. They go they get 8 or 9 wins and they start off bad. They'll probably get the 2nd wild card. I haven't checked out their schedule, but they have enough talent to beat some decent teams. They just beat the Chargers on the road yesterday. And then it's a free-for-all. It literally could be anybody. It could be the Panthers, who the Eagles have a tiebreaker over. It could be the Falcons, who the Eagles have a tiebreaker over. It could be the Eagles. It could be Washington or New York. And obviously that'll all be decided in the next 3 or 4 weeks. And those should be interesting games. I'm getting a kick out of the people who are saying like, oh, Washington and New York, that's 4 wins right there for the Eagles. And I'm like, those are not guaranteed wins. These teams are only 1 game behind the Eagles. Mm-hmm. And if you're like thinking the Eagles are finally clicking because they got a win over Denver, like Washington just beat Tampa Bay, the Giants beat the Raiders before going into the break. So to me, it's like these 3 teams are going to duke it out here over the next 5 or 6 weeks.
Yeah, I definitely agree with a lot of what you said there. I think that the 6 and 7 spots are going to be wide open here, which makes this game against the Saints look very intriguing all of a sudden.
That's beat another the Saints. Team I forgot to mention. Yeah.
Well, the Saints are in there right now. They are the 6th seed at 5-4, and Carolina is the current 7th seed right now at 4-6. So that's where you sit one game behind them. You obviously have beaten Carolina. You've beaten Atlanta. If you beat the Saints, you would have all three of those teams in the head-to-head matchup. So,
right. Carolina
you know,
should be 5-5 actually, right? Because if they have the Eagles would have beat over them, but I think Carolina won yesterday to go at 5-5.
5-5.
Yeah.
So Carolina is the current number 7 seed in
Right.
the NFC. That was a big win for them because obviously you go in thinking they're not going to beat Arizona. Then Arizona goes very shorthanded, and they didn't have Hopkins. They didn't have Murray yesterday.
Right.
Yeah. So
Right.
Carolina's
and lo and behold,
5-5.
they play Washington next week. So I mean, it's like this is why I said the next 4 weeks everything's the laundry's gonna settle itself out here.
Oh yeah, this is going to be interesting here. But hey, look, it seemingly this team is going to be playing some meaningful football for almost the rest of the season, you would think.
Yeah, and you know what? To be honest with you, that's good. It's good for the development. It's kind of hard not to be playing meaningful football if you're in the NFL these days. I mean, there's probably only 2 NFC teams that are not playing meaningful football from here on out, right? I mean, that's the Lions and is there anybody else that's completely no? There's just one team that's not playing meaningful football. So we'll see.
Everybody is either 3-6 or better. And if you're 3-6 right now, you're within a game and a half of the playoff spot. I mean, really, you are. Chicago is the 15th seed right now. They are 3-6. Now, I don't know what their tie-breaking situation is, but 3-6 would put you, a game and a half behind Carolina.
It's a world of parity, and everybody except the Lions are living in it.
That's right. Yep. 5-4 New Orleans, 5-5 Carolina. They are your current 6 and 7 seeds. Minnesota's 4-5. Atlanta's 4-5. Philadelphia is 4-6. And remember, Philadelphia still has their bye week coming up. That will be in week 14. The Eagles' bye week is week 14 this year, so they still have a bye week.
Yeah, trust me, I got it marked. I've been looking forward to it.
All right, check out the Inside the Birds podcast as they go a lot deeper in the Eagles' win. This is Football at 4. He is Jeff Mosher, and, of course, Football at 4 every day at 4 o'clock right here on the Sports Bash. All right, Moshe, so we'll talk to you on Wednesday, pal.
All right, brother, have a good one.
All right, that's Jeff Mosher from the Inside the Birds podcast. Tomorrow, Andrew DeCecco is here with more, and it's brought to you by Caesars Entertainment Group of Atlantic City. Come experience the ultimate sports destinations all season long. Wild Wild West, Tropicana, Harrah's Resort, Atlantic City. Book your game day experience today at Caesars.com. Now, you guys know 99 Bottles is coming, and you have a chance to qualify this hour. So tell your friends, get everybody ready to go. You are running out of days to qualify for 99 Bottles. This is the final full week. Next Wednesday, we'll be live at Vagabond Kitchen and Tap House in Atlantic City. When we come back, Nick Sirianni speaking. We'll hear what he has to say about the injuries, the win, and more. Casey Joyner, One Thought Every Game, 5 o'clock tonight here on the Sports Bash. All right, 4:30 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Nick Sirianni is speaking. We're going to jump out to that here so you guys can hear it from the horse's mouth. What did Nick Sirianni think of the Eagles and their win? Injury updates and more, as we're going to take you to Nick Sirianni's press conference here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app. And, of course, the Eagles beat the Denver Broncos by a score of, 30-13. Was that the final score? So I was off a little bit. I had 28-25. Philadelphia was my pick on that one. We'll get Nick Sirianni here in just a second here on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. Don't forget, we have another chance for you to qualify for 99 bottles. What was the final? 30-13, was it? I think so. All right, we'll get to you to Nick Sirianni in just a second. Don't forget, coming up, we have another chance for you to qualify this hour for 99 bottles. So that's next Wednesday. We'll be live at Chickies and Pete's, at EHT Vagabond. Boy, we'll be at I'm all confused because I'm on location like 4 times coming up in the next 2 weeks here. I'm at Chickies and Pete's Thursday this week, FanDuel Sportsbook Friday. I'll be at Chickies and Pete's next Tuesday, and then I'll be at Vagabond on Wednesday. Did I get all that right? All right, there we go. All right, let's get to Nick Sirianni, the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. They win, beating the Denver Broncos. Here he is. All right, there's Nick Sirianni, the Eagles head coach, and you heard a couple of things that stand out to me. I'm going to address those real quick. One, something that I criticized Nick Sirianni a couple of weeks about, he fixed today. A couple of weeks ago, he said, we got to figure out how to win the next game. We got to look to win the next game. Everything was about winning the next game. Today, he said something that I got to give him credit for, because I said he doesn't know how to win a game based on how he's answering some of these questions. And what he said today was, we got to figure out what to do to beat the Saints. We got to get forward to the Saints. But he also said, but we have to figure out the corrections that we have to make on what we did wrong in the Broncos game. And if you remember a couple of weeks ago, I criticized him for saying, hey, everything was about forward. We got to get better forward. And I said, they don't know how to win. You can't figure out how to win if you're always looking forward and don't want to fix what you did wrong in your past. Today, Nick Sirianni said, everything forward, but we also need to correct what we did wrong against the Broncos. Taking a big step forward. Sports Bash this hour brought to you by PropSwap, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bets, take your profit, find out how at PropSwap.com. Download the PropSwap app today. He said it right at the end there. He talked about, hey, we're getting ready for New Orleans, but we have to figure out how to fix what we did wrong against Denver. That stood out big time to me. Also, what stood out was the fact that they gave game balls to the whole offensive line. Landon Dickerson, Jordan Mailata, Jason Kelsey, Driscoll, and Lane Johnson. They deserve it. Offensive line, as I've been saying all year, you can win in this league with this offensive line, and they're showing it right now. Sports Bash Live, 97.3, ESPN, the free mobile app, giving you another chance to qualify for this year's 99 Bottles Party next Wednesday at Vagabond Kitchen and Tap House in EHT. We're going to take our qualifiers here on the Sports Bash. All right, there you go. There's your chance to qualify right now. 609-573-3776. 609-573-3776. Taking qualifiers for 99 bottles next Wednesday. Vagabond Kitchen and Tap House. You know the drill. You must be present to win. Eagles, Flyers, Sixers, tickets, and more. Good luck.
This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
All right, driving home on a Monday. Eagles beat the Broncos 30-13. We'll dive into that, plus one thought every game. Casey Joyner is here from The Athletic and the Philadelphia Inquirer as we take a look at every Week 10 game as the Eagles get to 4-6. What's it mean moving forward? We'll look at that. Boy, what a wild week again in the NFL, and Casey Joyner is here with another look at one thought on every game as he is back. Of course, every Monday we look back at every single game. The Eagles win and all is well. They ran the ball again, Casey Joyner. They ran the ball.
They did, and it was interesting that in the last couple of games, they're running the ball a ton to the inside, running a lot of inside zones and even outside zones that go right inside. This time they were trying to attack the perimeter. And the funny thing was it wasn't working quite as well to attack the perimeter, but when they did go back to the inside, it opened things up. So there's a lot more creativity in this rushing game plan as there was a couple weeks ago that's like says, hey, this is something they can continue to keep getting creative with.
Yeah, I know that we saw we'll get to Hurts in a little bit because I thought that he took a step forward as well this week. He made a couple of big plays, but Jordan Howard, Boston Scott, both of those guys, there was plenty of running room. I mean, the offensive line, they got the game ball. They're just opening up some massive holes, but is it something they're doing that's really creative, or are they just beating you up front?
It's both. I mean, they're doing a number of different things. They're doing both a lot of inside zone and outside zone, and those systems, they sound similar, both zone plays, but really they attack defenses in remarkably different ways. So they make the defense have to approach their defensive game plan in different ways. So between that and between the perimeter plays, and trying to run that option that didn't work to gain well, but still the idea that you're trying to attack the perimeter, the Eagles are trying to tell defenses we can either punch you in the mouth of the inside zone, we can stretch you out with outside zone, or we can go ahead and do creative plays to attack your perimeter. You're not just going to be able to say you can stop us one way or the other. So, yeah, it is just physicality for the most part, but now they're making defenses have to think at multiple levels about how to stop them, and it's really helping out.
All right. Obviously, they ran the ball 40 times. I mean, they're running the ball 35 times a game. They were only running it 17 times a game the first 6 weeks of the season. Is this their identity? Is this a winnable formula for them?
I think it is. I mean, think about it. We talked earlier in the year about how Sirianni, former wide receiver, he wants to throw the ball a lot. It wasn't working. We wondered, is he doing this because other people want him to? And I think I will give the Eagles credit. They're a team that it is going to say, and people have said this about management too, that look, do what you have to do to win. I think Jeffrey Lurie was even quoted by coaches, and I've heard in the past that he's been quoted in articles as saying, do what you need to do to win, and I'll back you up. So if Sirianni looked and said, hey, I tried to go the passing game. I know you guys think it's the way to go, and I'd like to do that because that's who I am as a coordinator, as a coach. I want to go that route. I'll do it. But now I think he realized, hey, you know what? I just need to do whatever we need to do to win this week. And, okay, if I have to talk to somebody afterwards and say, hey, we'd like to incorporate more passing, well, he'd like to incorporate more passing probably too. But when you can run this well, you don't have to throw the ball. So I think it is their identity from here on out.
Sirianni spoke last hour. He was asked about, for the people who were saying that Hurts can't be that franchise quarterback. No, he's not Tom Brady. He's not Aaron Rodgers. His answer was, go back and look at the last 3 weeks. So what are we seeing in terms of growth from Jalen Hurts, the quarterback?
What I really liked about him this week is on short passes this past week. He's 12 of 13 for 88 yards. 6.8 yards per attempt and a touchdown. Now, look, 6.8 yards per attempt isn't fantastic on short passes. When you're going to complete 12 out of 13 short pass throws, it says, hey, I can go ahead and dink and dunk when I need to. And that's it. Bear Bryant used to say, he used to run the wishbone back in Alabama in the 70s. And people would ask him, well, you can't throw the ball out of that. And he said, yeah, I can. I can throw the ball whenever I want. And when I do throw the ball, I know I'm going to get one-on-one coverage because of the way the wishbone works. I think it's this way for the Eagles. We're going to run the ball this much. You're going to say, okay, well, you can't throw the ball. When you can complete 12 out of 13, you're saying, look, if you guys come up and really try to stop the run, we can still just destroy you with high percentage passing. And I think that's another incident because you have to be able to counterpunch off the running game. And if you can do that effectively on short passes, and mind you, they did solid in vertical passes too, but if you can do that effectively on short passes, again, you give the defense a way of, hey, what do? Do you stop inside zone? Do you stop outside zone? Do you protect your perimeters? Or you try to stop short passes? You're giving them a no-win situation.
He made a couple of throws. The one to Devontae Smith in the end zone obviously stands out. I thought the one that Watkins didn't catch was maybe even better. And then there's the one that Goddard ended up getting hurt on. I thought that maybe was his best play of the day. I mean, he stood in there. He let Goddard get open, threw it to him, delivered a strike. Goddard ends up getting walloped on the play. It wasn't because he laid him out. That's just how it ended up ending. But those three plays there, I thought he really made some really good decisions. He let the play develop, and then he delivered a really good throw.
He did. And mind you, the metrics, that's the funny thing. In this case, the metrics say he's 4 out of 10 for 90 yards of vertical passes, 9 yards per attempt. He had a touchdown. He had that bad interception, which, was just a bad play. But, I mean, if Watkins catches the touchdown, if a couple other plays go a different way, those numbers could be a whole lot better. And I like the idea of, okay, we're going to go ahead and attack you vertically 10 times per game. We're going to run the ball 40 times. We're going to throw the ball short 13 times. We're still attacking you 10 times vertically. Again, the idea of if you're the defense, okay, if you come up to stop the run, it's not like what Denver did, because Denver didn't attack physically at all downfield. But Philadelphia said, hey, we're still going to be able to attack down the field. And what I think I like most about the Eagles overall in this is they had the lead and they got aggressive with it. They got aggressive in defense. They got aggressive in offense. They stayed aggressive. Buddy Ryan used to say, if you give me the lead, I can be as aggressive as I want to be on defense, because I know if I make another big play or two, I can put the game away. The Eagles did that yesterday. They said, look, we've got the lead and we're still going to be aggressive and put our foot to the floor. And that's something this team has been in desperate need of.
On the defensive side of the ball, I mean, it seems the yin and the yang of this defense is wild, Casey Joyner, where they play against a good team, they give up 40. When they win the game, they're in that 10-point range. They gave up 13 yesterday. I don't know that Gannon had some magic potion that he sprinkled. Why was the defense much more competitive yesterday? Bridgewater, who's typically a pretty good percentage passer, was at 61%. That is way down from where Philadelphia allows defensively.
Yeah, I think a big part of it is when you face a team that's missing 3 offensive linemen, you're going to tend to be pretty good. Although we talked last week that the Eagles, I'd written about it for The Athletic, that the Eagles in the previous 4 games had allowed an 88.7% completion rate in short passes. Just, you can't allow that. This game, they were very aggressive. Bridgewater on short passes. Bridgewater's 20 of 33 per True Media for 185 yards, 5.61 yards per attempt. And mind you, that includes that pass to Alberto, their tight end, where the one Eagles defender was right on top of them and almost knocked it away, and the safety came up to try and stop it. They were being aggressive to try to stop that play. They both missed the pass, and he ended up going for 64 yards. If you take that out of the equation, I mean, they're averaging 4 yards per attempt on short passes. They said, we're going to be aggressive with short passes and make you try and beat us vertically. And the Eagles, I think, knew that Denver couldn't pass block for deep passes, because Bridgewater, 2 of 3 on vertical passes for 41 yards, only 3 vertical attempts. I think they knew Denver's not going to try and throw the ball deep, because if they do, we're just going to go after their quarterback. And that was something that allowed them to clamp down on the short passes. But I still like the idea that you get your defense thinking aggressively and stopping short passes, because fine, let them dink and dunk in front of you and come and make tackles. And they were doing that yesterday.
Big difference. They win the game 4-6 all of a sudden. They're a game behind Carolina for the 7th spot. They're a game and a half behind New Orleans, who they'll play this week. And we'll break that game down on Friday. Casey Joyner here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. We've got one thought on every Week 10 game, which ends tonight, I should say, with the Rams and the 49ers. So let's get one thought on the Monday night matchup.
One thought on that matchup is the Rams. What kind of offense are they going to have with Robert Woods, or Bobby Trees, as they like to call him? What kind of offense are they going to have with Woods out of the lineup? Because now it's Ben Skornek is the guy who's going to take his place. OBJ is reportedly only going to get 10 to 20 snaps. So I think they're going to want to run the ball a lot more, but San Francisco's run defense has been kind of shaky, and I don't think the 49ers offense is consistent enough to pull them out of this. So I got the Rams winning this one.
All right, one thought every game. He likes the Rams tonight. That would be big in the wild card race, because San Francisco is kind of in that mix with all those teams at 3-6. Another team in the mix for the wild card is Atlanta. Well, they got stomped by Dallas 43-3. This is the Dan Quinn reunion tour here.
It is. And Atlanta, sometimes they look like a wild card team and they look like they're a playoff contender, and sometimes they don't. But the story here is Dallas, that Dallas plays the way they did last week. And you had to wonder, okay, are the Cowboys, did they get fat-headed and all that? And I think they probably did. And this shows, though, that if they get that way and come back and put up this sort of performance, they are a Super Bowl contender. So, they're legit. Forget about last week.
Yeah, that's a big game by Dallas. They were up 36-3 at halftime there. Another team in the wild card mix in the NFC, they lose. New Orleans goes to Tennessee, and the Titans just keep cranking them out.
The Titans play power football on both sides of the ball. They're going to punch you in the face running the ball. They're going to stop your running game. They're going to be aggressive as they can be, getting after the passer. They're still going to make what they in passes a passing play games or pass games in the plays in the passing game and the vertical passing game and offense. Sorry, I can't say that well. They're still going to do those things. All the things that power football does, and they do them well, and it keeps getting victories for them. I mean, I think they're a sleeper Super Bowl contender.
All right. I like them too, by the way. In my Fine Five, Ugly Five, Tennessee last week was my number one team. Jacksonville, Indianapolis, the Colts win, keeps them in the playoff mix.
Colts win, keeps them in a playoff mix. And the Colts, mind you, they were up big at halftime, and it looked like they were just going to go ahead and coast in this thing, and Jacksonville came back. But you got to give Indianapolis credit because they've been winning games by scoring 30-plus points, and I think they started to try to slow things down. They probably don't want to do that again in the future because it got this game closer than it should have been. They could have needed to get the foot to the floor, but it shows the Colts have multiple ways to win. I think they're better than their record says they are. They're going to be a playoff team, I think.
One thought, every game, New England, they just put the beat down on Cleveland here, and all of a sudden, hey, now I want to tell you, Casey Joyner, in my feature on Tuesdays called Who's In, Who's Out, my preseason predictions there. I don't know if you can see that, but New England, wild card right there. That's my wild card team down the bottom right over here.
I can see it right there, yeah.
I had New England in. Well, they looked like it yesterday.
They look like
I had the Colts on that list too.
They look like a Super Bowl contender yesterday. And the thing that their defense is playing great. People keep talking about that because it's Belichick. Their offense has put up 25 more points in 5 straight games, 27 more points in 4 of those games. And their offense is playing really well. This is not a big play offense. This is not an explosive offense, but it's a extremely efficient offense, extremely effective offense, and their defense gives them short fields to go score touchdowns on. So I think it's a great combination for them, and I think this is a team that I don't know what their ceiling is, but I think their floor is the playoffs, as you pointed out.
One thought, every game, Buffalo, the Jets, I mean, this team is a disaster.
What is it? They've given up 175 points.
I heard Rex Ryan today say they've given up more points in 4 weeks, I think it was, than his Ravens team gave up the whole year.
175 points.
Yeah.
It's they're just, and they've got a defensive coaches, their defensive guy is their head coach. I mean,
people were excited when he got hired.
Yeah. And, it's just, I mean, Buffalo can do that to you, but the Jets have some major problems. The good thing is for the Jets long-term is that if you've got defensive problems like that, normally it's a matter of just get reasonable upgrades in talent, and you start to play better, or you start to do what you're supposed to do in defense. You can usually shut that kind of a door. But Buffalo, if you have weakness like that, Buffalo is going to exploit it. So Buffalo gets back to being a prime Super Bowl contender.
One thought, every game, Detroit ties Pittsburgh, no Roethlisberger. I mean, anytime, I know Roethlisberger's at the end of the line, but my God, anytime he goes out, they're a disaster.
And it wasn't the bad thing is, again, my son and I are Steelers fans in this house, and it was a tough game yesterday because you looked at them, they're not throwing the ball well, they weren't run blocking well, their run defense though, the defense didn't look like it wanted to play. I mean, they were not trying to tackle the Lions. I mean, the Lions they're letting Godwin Igwebuike, fourth string running back, run right through them for a touchdown. I mean, it was terrible. They Tomlined yesterday, as I've talked many times. They played down to the level of their competition, and they're very lucky to get out of there with the tie because, frankly, if Detroit would have had a decent kicker, Detroit would have won that game.
What the heck was that? I mean, he kicked it like 25 yards. It was horrible.
Yeah, and Santoso, their kicker, he played a couple games earlier this year, like playing like weeks 1 and 2. I forget who he played for, but he missed an extra point during that one too. He's barely a replacement level kicker. You would think you could find somebody who could at least make an extra point or get a better kick than that.
That was one of the most bewildering things of the entire weekend. More so than this, I don't think so. Tampa goes to Washington and loses. The Washington football team, remember, they almost beat Tampa in the playoffs. I don't know, is this a Styles make fights type of situation?
It is. I think it's that Washington is the wrong kind of matchup for Tampa Bay. I think Tampa Bay got to the point where they were leaning just a little too heavily on the pass. They need to be able to run the ball more, and they didn't do that yesterday. And Bruce Arians has said before that the first thing they install in their practices is a play called duo. It's a type of power running play right up the gut, punching people in the mouth. And he said that's our most important play. That's the first play we install in practice or in preseason and such. Like, you need to get back to that because you're starting to lead. I know you've got Tom Brady in a great passing game, but you need to be able to power run the ball late in the year. And I think it came back to haunt them yesterday because they're a one-dimensional team.
All right, one thought every game. Let's go. Man, that game was wild. This one, too, because you thought it was going to go the other way before the game started, and then you find out no Murray, no Hopkins. Carolina goes to Arizona and wins 34-10.
They do. And their defense, I wrote about it in today's article I wrote for The Athletic. The Carolina's defense has been playing lights out of late. They're just, over the past three contests, they rank third in defensive expected points added, sixth in points allowed per drive, tied for fourth in takeaways per game, eighth in opponents' points allowed per game, and they're fourth in sacks despite having the 11th lowest blitz rate in that span. This is a defense that talent-wise can be one of the best in the league. And that scheme, some teams have figured it out. You get that 3-3 stack, and that scheme can be figured out in some ways. But if you're not prepared for it, or if you're not quite ready for it, as Arizona didn't look like they were yesterday because they had some offensive line injuries too, they can really get after you. So I think Carolina, they got an outside shot because that defense can carry this team at times.
All right, Carolina, they win. That gets them the 7 seed. Minnesota keeps the pressure on. They went on the road and beat the Chargers 27-20.
We're starting to ask the same questions about the Chargers this year we did last year. And this is a quality team, Minnesota is, but their defense have been struggling, and the Chargers just can't seem to put it all together. Mike Williams is just not what he was earlier this year. I think they're leaning way too much on Austin Eckler. I covered that in that article too, that Austin Eckler is on pace for nearly 300 touches this year. His frame can't handle that. We saw it happen to Kamara. We saw it happen to Derrick Henry, that their frame just, that they wore down after being utilized far too heavily. And the Chargers need to rely on somebody else than him because right now it's not working for them. And I think they've got some problems. Again, 27 points allowed, and their defense is not what it was, what we thought it was going to be this year.
Casey Joyner, one thought every game. Let's go to Seattle and Green Bay. All right, they get Russell Wilson back, but they didn't score. Green Bay's defense pitches a shutout. Both quarterbacks look like they hadn't played.
Yeah, they definitely look like they hadn't played. And Green Bay's defense, I wrote about in that article as well for The Athletic, Green Bay's defense right now is playing lights out. I mean, this defense is superb. You don't think that they are, but since week 5, the Packers defense ranks first in the league in points allowed per drive. I mean, they're allowing 13.3 points per game in that span. That's 4 points better than that's first place in the league. It's 4 points better than the second place team. This defense is really good. I mean, Seattle looked bad and Wilson looked rusty, and they were having some struggles beforehand anyway, and they're trying to play a defensive approach. But the Green Bay defense is really ready to carry this team pretty far. So even if Rodgers stays rusty for a little bit, I think they're going to be still going to be quite dangerous.
Yeah, I agree with that. One thought every game. Kansas City looked like they were back last night. They put a whipping on Vegas, 41-14 Mahomes, 406 and 5 TDs.
Yeah, and the Raiders look like at a point when once Kansas City, they used to say, Marty Schottenheimer used to say about the Raiders years ago that if you kept the pressure on them, they'd fold their tent. It's the worst thing you want to hear as a team, to think that might be right. And I think yesterday Kansas City kept the pressure on. And I'm not saying the Raiders quit, but you could see later in the game they just weren't trying anywhere near as hard. And that's not a good sign for them because the Chiefs, they went through their adversity and bounced back, but you've never seen the Chiefs not give that kind of effort level. It speaks pretty badly for the Raiders, but give the Chiefs credit too that, hey, they hit these problems and they just kept putting the foot to the floor. When you've got Patrick Mahomes and he starts playing well, that solves a lot of problems.
He sure did. He looked good last night. He was on my fantasy team and finally had a big night. It's funny because it's the year I get Mahomes. He hasn't been Mahomes. Now, finally, maybe I'm getting Mahomes. He had a huge night. Kansas City wins, and now all of a sudden, Kansas City is back. A couple of weeks ago, it looked like, wow, they were 2 games back in the division. Well, they're back on top in the AFC West. All right, that's one thought on every game with Casey Joyner here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. And, you said you wrote about Tyreek Hill. They looked a lot better. Kelsey had over 100 yards, so all of a sudden that offense seemed to get – because we were talking, I think it was on Friday, about how maybe Kelsey looks a step slow, and the offense kind of looked like it was out of whack. Last night, finally looked back. So watch out for the Kansas City looked back last night for 1 week. This is the NFL for 1 week only, maybe.
It seems to be the trend this year that things are not holding the form. There are more upsets I can remember in years, and home teams don't win like they're supposed to. It's just things are not playing the form in the NFL this year, which is making it real fun. It's harder to pick games this year, but it's a lot of fun to watch.
Well, you got how many teams in the AFC? You would say Miami, the Jets, Houston, Jacksonville. They're the only teams out. Really, 4 teams in the AFC are out. And really, in the NFC, it's only Detroit. Everybody else has got a shot, whether it's realistic or not. But if you have 3 wins in the NFC, you're a game and a half out.
Yeah, and again, now you got 17 games this year too, so you've got an extra game to make it up, and I think we're going to probably see a team or two in the playoffs that will go, wow, why is this team in the playoffs? I don't like the dilution of the playoffs, but it does give teams hope for the season to say, hey, this is something.
Let me ask you this. Yeah. Okay, here in Philly, obviously you had the Sixers who lost on purpose, and it was very supported by a big majority of a very big contingent. I'm not saying everybody. There's a lot of people who support it. Hey, you got to lose to get a good player. Basketball, I understand. There's people in football who are like the NFL saying, hey, this keeps more teams involved. There's a lot of people who are saying, I don't want the Eagles to make the playoffs. I want them to get the draft picks because they like this whole what's behind door number 2 world that we live in now. It's almost like a 50-50 proposition of, I don't even want you to make the playoffs unless I think you can. And like people don't think if you're the 7th seed, you're going to, like if you're 7-10 and get in, those fan bases feel like we're not winning anyway. We might as well just get the draft pick.
I think the NFL, I just saw a stat a couple of days ago that the longest streak in hockey history for a team not making the playoffs is 10 seasons. It's the longest streak in hockey history. Teams expect that they're going to make the playoffs every few years. In the NFL, we haven't got to that point yet, or we have longer stretches of that, much longer stretches of that, because it's been harder to get to the playoffs. This expansion to 7 teams is probably going to make it harder to not make the playoffs. And coaches would tell you that, hey, if we make the playoffs, we have, even if we're the 7th seed in the playoffs, we have job security. We're going to keep our jobs if we make the playoffs, or even if we come close, we're going to. So I think coaches are going to lean heavily in that direction. Players are always going to want to play for the paycheck. And you really, in the NFL history, you only get a couple of instances where teams, you would say they might be tanking for particular situations where there's like a really top player in the draft. Otherwise, I don't think teams look at it that way, because usually, hey, if you were doing it for the NFL equivalent of LeBron James, or you were doing it for a John Elway or somebody like that, that could see it. But most of the time, the draft, you're still not going to have that one player who is just going to turn your entire franchise around automatically. So I don't think we're going to see a lot of tanking.
Yeah, if you're Philadelphia, you've got potentially 3 first-round picks. People were like, I want like 3, 5, and 7. It's like, oh, Miami's pick is gravy. Indianapolis pick is like whipped cream and cherry on top. You get those 2 plus your own, you could get 5, 9, and 17. I think you're going to be okay.
Yeah, you will be okay. And the thing is, you're trying to build, if you're getting that level of players, you're not, because it's going to get runs during the playoff or during the draft too, where you're going to have, an offensive lineman gets taken, 4 offensive linemen get taken. You're going to have things like that. So if you have different positions that, you're going to draft at 5, you're probably going to start to run up a couple players at different positions and things. So you're going to be able to spread your picks out. I really like the idea of Philadelphia, of all these teams trying to play well, and Philadelphia is still being able to cash in either way. Because if you're smart in the draft and you get enough picks, you'll make it all.
One thought, every game is back on Friday, week 11. We'll take a look at the schedule with Casey Joyner. Eagles and Saints will be the matchup. It's a big one now in the NFC, and he'll be back on Friday right here on the Sports Bash. Casey, good to see you, man.
Appreciate it.
All right, there he is, Casey Joyner from The Athletic and the Philadelphia Inquirer. Check out his Inquirer piece over at the Philadelphia Inquirer. And, of course, if you're a subscriber to The Athletic, you can check out all his stuff there. He's brought to you by Cape Regional Health Systems. For a healthier life, call 609-463-CAPE. All right, when we come back, Jeff Kerr, CBS. Does he think the Eagles are legitimately a playoff team? Jalen Hurts taking a step forward, all that and more. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Plus, we'll update the poll question for you. Do we think the Eagles are actually a playoff team? Vote now at 973 ESPN. 5:34, ran a little late. Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, is here, and we're going to talk a little football here on the Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. Eagles win, dare I say, playoffs. Well, I've been saying it for a while, Jeff Kerr, and all I get back are Jim Mora gifts. I'm tired of the Jim Mora gifts. We'll get into it here on the Sports Bash with Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports. What's up, Jeff?
Well, I'll tell you what, Mike. If they win on Sunday against the Saints, I think a lot of people will be buying into the playoff thing because this schedule, I know a lot of people like to say, well, the Phillies had an easy schedule too. Well, this isn't the Phillies. This team is playing better than anything the Phillies have been doing right now. By the way, I'm loving the new logo here, by the way.
Yeah, see, you told me last week you got a new logo. I got it for you. You asked Jeff Kerr, and you shall receive.
I love it, Mike. I love it. Just like how I love Jalen Hurts' performance yesterday and how I love that victory.
Well, I know he was asked today, Nick Sirianni, about people who are questioning Hurts. He said, well, watch the last 3 games. What have we seen the last 3 games from Hurts that backs that statement up?
Over 100 passer rating the last 3 games. Completion percentage much higher. The bad throws are going down. I put out a stat today that the bad throws have been going down. They've gone down. He's cut that in half over the course of the season. So this quarterback has obviously improved. And Nick Sirianni hit it right on the head. I think his press conference just wrapped up, too, that if you look at it, he's pretty much a rookie. He's only played like 14. He's only had 14 career starts. And I think we all seem to forget about that a little bit. Young quarterbacks tend to grow, and he is one of those guys. He's getting better every week, and you got to give a lot of credit to the head coach, too. He's not giving him 40 to 50 times to throw the ball. It's now 25, 30, and Hurts is taking advantage of it. He's taking a lot off his plate, and rightfully so, and it's helping the coach and it's helping the quarterback.
I want to get into the coach, and what do we see? I get it that they're running 40 times, which is almost like excessive. I mean, it's like hilarious how like one way they average 16 carries a game for 6 games. They're up to 35 carries a game over the last 4, but Sirianni said something today that makes me feel that he's learning, and I criticized him for this a couple of weeks ago, in which he said, hey, we got to figure out how to win this game this weekend. And this is when they were in a bad streak. They had lost a couple in a row. And I said, no. You can't work on figuring out how to win next weekend until you figure out why you're losing in the past and fix those problems. Today, he said, we got to get ready and start to prepare for the Saints. But first, we have to fix what we did wrong against Denver. And that showed me a lot of growth that he understands. Even though we won, we have some things we need to fix. So we're watching a coach kind of grow right before our eyes, I feel like.
And you're right, Mike. It seemed like before, and I criticized him for this too. I think we talked about this. He's looking ahead toward the next week, which is all well and good. And I like how he kind of changes things week to week, but it seemed like he wanted to throw last week out the window while doing that. Well, no, you can't do that. And I feel like this coach is starting to get to the point where I kind of know what the heck I'm doing. I kind of am getting a feel for my players, the daily lifestyle of a coach in the NFL. It's funny. A month ago, I'm talking to people around the league, and they're saying overwhelmed. I'm curious to ask these same people if I send them a text or go to a game and talk to these same people, what they would think about him now, because I don't think overwhelmed and Nick Sirianni go in the same sentence.
No, I mean, I feel that he has, kind of the game maybe slowing down for him too, where maybe before he's like rushing plays in. Now it's like, okay, I got time. Let me get my play in. Let me call what I want to call. Boom. Hurts, same thing. I thought he made 3 key plays, Jeff, on Sunday. The 1 touchdown throw to Smith, where Smith makes a great play, but that play is able to be made because I thought Hurts made a great play to get it there. The throw he made to Watkins, which he dropped, was a tremendous play by Hurts. And the throw he makes to Goddard, that Goddard gets walloped on, and Sirianni addressed that throw today, and I brought that up before the press conference, but that play to Goddard, to me, was one where Hurts let the play develop. He let Goddard run his route and delivered him a strike from the pocket. He stepped up in the pocket and zipped it to him.
I'll paraphrase Nick Sirianni here. That was a big time throw. That's a throw NFL quarterbacks make. You want to talk about Jalen Hurts being an NFL quarterback? the way he moved to his left. Oh, by the way, he moved to his left. I hate to tell you, haters, he's learning how to do that too. That was a money throw on a crucial down that kept the drive going. I don't know many quarterbacks that can make that throw in this league. Obviously he must have been watching some Justin Herbert tape because Justin Herbert can make a throw like that. And to me, anyway, it just feels like this guy is starting to grasp being an NFL quarterback. And we all know he's a film geek. We all know he loves to work out and, find ways to get better at his craft, and which is a good thing. Remember, I kind of am linking Jalen Hurts a little bit to a Russell Wilson here. Russell Wilson had his flaws his rookie year, even though you didn't notice it because the Seahawks were winning games immediately when he was in the lineup. But Russell Wilson was getting better toward the first half, toward the second half of the year. And he had a lot, in my opinion at least, he had a lot more college experience throwing the football than Jalen Hurts did. And it seems like the more Jalen Hurts is getting comfortable in his environment and the more comfortable with this offense, the better off he's getting.
All right. Offense, 30 points, ran the ball, successful, good game from Hurts, some couple plays from Smith. What's the explanation for why the defense gave up only 13 points and held Bridgewater to 61% completion? They didn't do much different.
Did you answer your own question in the sentence?
I mean, it's Bridgewater the
problem. You saw my tweet yesterday, Mike. I know you saw it. Teddy Bridgewater is the answer. He's not Justin Herbert. He's not Patrick Mahomes. He's Teddy Bridgewater. John McGann was aggressive yesterday. I got to give him credit for that. And you got to give a lot of credit to guys like De'Veon Taylor and TJ Edwards for making play. Look, this Broncos offense was beat up. They didn't have Bobby Massey. They didn't have Garrett Bowles. Dalton Reisner's beat up. So their offensive line, it's pretty much a shell of what it was at the beginning of the year. They pounded the football against the Eagles, but Teddy Bridgewater was checked down Teddy, and he played right into the hands of Jonathan Gannon. It's wherever he threw the ball. And Denver's got some weapons here. Jerry Jeudy and Courtland Sutton are good players, and they made a couple plays yesterday. But really, outside of a 61-yard pass, which was a broken down coverage anyway, Denver did nothing throwing the football. And I think a lot of that has to do with Teddy Bridgewater taking the safe route and not taking chances. And Eagles play a lot of zone defense yesterday. And, Jalen Hurts did a better job of it than Teddy Bridgewater. And Jalen Hurts didn't have to do anything against the zone defense yesterday because once they did that, the Eagles were running the ball.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing to me how Jekyll and Hyde, you give up 40 and we're like horrible, and then they win games. When they win, I think they give up like 11 points a game.
Yeah, and I honestly think it's the quality of offenses they're playing. How many teams in this league can say they played Tampa Bay, Kansas City, Los Angeles Chargers, Las Vegas Raiders? These are good offenses here. Like the Raiders are stymied by the Kansas City Chiefs defense last night. They're still a good offense. I fully expect them to come back. It's just the powerhouse teams the Eagles played early in the year, I think, have a lot to do with this. And now things are starting to come back to their level a bit. The New York Giants and the Washington football team are not the Kansas City Chiefs. This offense that the Eagles are playing next week, oh, by the way, are down to their third-string quarterback. They only play Taysom Hill for the most part. The Saints might be the best offense they play for a month.
Oh, I don't think there's any question of that, Jeff. I will reel that back a little bit. Simeon might be the worst quarterback they face for the next month, though. They might have the best.
The reason they're losing, he's playing well.
But he was horrible yesterday, man. He was 16 of 37 or something like that. He was terrible yesterday at times in that game.
Well, they're missing Alvin Kamara. That offense runs
true. But I'm saying if you have to put that much on Simeon, I think if you're going to ask him to throw 36 times, you're just bound to make mistakes with that. And that's just where the whole defense thing, this is like the most puzzling thing is, okay, yesterday, the Bridgewater just couldn't make throws. There's guys were open. He missed a couple throws, even though he's pretty accurate at times. Simeon, to me, he just doesn't scare me. I mean, I'm going to let him I'm going to say you throw 36 times, and I'm happy with that.
He don't scare me either, but I will say this. The Saints lost that game for two reasons. One, that BS penalty. I still know how that was called the way it was called yesterday. I mean, it was a tackle. I mean, essentially, you're hitting the quarterback right after he threw it. It's a basic football play. And two, the extra point. Them missing that extra point forced them to go for two at the end of that game. That game should have at least went to overtime.
Jeff Kerr, the Eagles are 4-6. Are they this? I know that we talked a little bit about this. Dare we say playoffs with this team?
Can I answer that next Monday? But I think we can talk about. I think we're more than right to talk about. Look, the team. All right, so I'm already getting a little upset at. The Panthers are going to the playoffs because Cam Newton's back. Okay, let's see Cam Newton play 60 minutes and actually throw the football again before we crown the Carolina Panthers, which was an impressive win yesterday against a very good Cardinals defense. But Arizona did not have Kyler Murray. They did not have DeAndre Hopkins. They do not have Chase Edmonds. They're banged up. Let's just pump the brakes on the Carolina Panthers a little bit. They're 5-5. It was a good win for them yesterday. Let's see how they do with Cam Newton as a starter. And they should be better with Cam Newton as a starter, don't get me wrong. But I think we're in every right to talk about it. I think if they win next week against the Saints, it's going to be looking pretty good for the last month and a half.
There's so much that we can really kind of unpack with what happened this week. But really, you're going to look at the final 7-game stretch here with the Saints, the Giants, the Jets. You got a late bye, which is very helpful now. All of a sudden, Washington, Giants, Washington. They're a favorite this week against New Orleans. They might be favored until they get to Dallas.
Yeah, probably. And who knows how that Dallas game look, I still think Washington's, I don't want to say they're a good team because they're not, but they're a scary team. I mean, look what they did to Tampa yesterday. This league is crazy, but I feel like the Eagles are the only team in the National Football League that don't have an upset win or a bad loss. Everything's kind of been chalk for them at this point. I mean, you could argue they could be 5-5, but if someone said they were 4-6 after 10 games, I think you would agree with that.
Yeah. Well, listen, yeah. I mean, you look back, the only game, the game against San Francisco. Now knowing what San Francisco has become, that's really the only game that you could say, hey, that's one that you probably should have had. Every other game. Now, would you have liked to beat the Chargers at home the way that game went? Yeah, but I think most people out there would still recognize the Chargers are a more complete team than you are. I think the only team right now that you lost to is probably San Francisco. So really, they probably could be 5-5 at best.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Mike, from the other side of the fence here, I know a lot of guys that cover the Denver Broncos. It's one of those teams I just know a lot of their beat writers. They're like, this is a bad loss. And I read all their stories yesterday. They're slamming the Denver Broncos right now. They had all that momentum after the big win against Dallas. They figured, oh, okay, beat Dallas. Philadelphia should be easy. And the Eagles just they ripped them a new one. And I think they came away more impressed with Jalen Hurts than anything else. They're like, well, we'll take Jalen Hurts over the quarterback we got right now.
All right, Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, is back on Wednesday. Eagles-Saints. We'll start to look ahead to that game. Obviously, so much happened in Week 10 of the NFL. You've got Rams and 49ers tonight, by the way, which, if the Niners lose, that kind of pushes them another. But from 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, all the way down to 15, everybody except Detroit is still involved in the playoffs right now.
Detroit can be eliminated from the playoffs, I think, if they lose and something else needs to happen. But, hey, Detroit isn't going winless, Mike. They're not going to go winless.
That whole game yesterday, that kicker, you could have kicked it further than that guy.
You know what? I actually got to correct myself. They can go winless. They can't go 0-17. That's what I meant. They can't go
Jeff Kerr. At Jeff Kerr CBS. Jeff Kerr from CBS Sports covers the NFL. He'll be back on Wednesday here as we take a look ahead to Week 11 in the National Football League. Thank you, Jeff.
Mike, we're in Week 11 already. Thanksgiving's next week. What happened to the season?
I don't know. But
by fast.
Just know this: the Eagles are playing meaningful football games by Thanksgiving, which a lot of people weren't sure that was going to happen, and they are.
Yeah. Last year they definitely were. Last year we were all just upset, and last year was around the time Carson Wentz got benched.
There was 5 weeks left in this. That extra week this year,
Yeah. It was a little later.
All right, Jeff. We'll talk to you Wednesday.
Yeah, see you on Wednesday, Mike.
All right, there goes Jeff Kerr, CBS Sports, here on the Sports Bash. Getting ready to wrap up the show. We got one more segment left for you. Game night tonight. Chris Franklin. We'll talk a little Eagles with Josh at 6:20 from NJ.com. I'll wrap up today's show coming up next here on the Sports Bash. All right, that'll do it for me. Josh is up next with game night. By the way, a couple quick things I want to touch on here. Dom asked this question earlier today. Says, do you think the Eagles have one or two more wins if Sirianni started the season running? Yeah, probably. I think they probably would have won the game against San Francisco. I think that's it, though. I don't think they're going to beat Dallas, Kansas City. Maybe Kansas City. Kansas City wasn't playing all that well. But definitely I think they would have beat San Francisco. So like I said, I think one more win they probably would have got. That would have got them to 5. I think they should be possibly 5-5 right now. All right, that's my show. I'll be back tomorrow. Hopefully you'll be there too. 2 more chances to qualify for 99 bottles tomorrow. Have a great rest of your night, everybody. Josh has game night. Chris Franklin talks little Eagles in 25 minutes.